But yeah. I've got, I think, enough pages for today.
Did you take any sticky notes?
A couple.
I got the new one. Hey. Good morning, all. It's 29 minutes past 9. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. Please make sure that your devices are on silent, that they are quiet. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Hassim. Good morning, Mr. Valley.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioners, we stopped on Friday when I was midway through the chapter on tenders. Before we return to that chapter, I'd like to revisit one of the chats that I raised in relation to General Khan's conversation with a crime intelligence officer from KZN, the name that I didn't mention, you'll recall. And I just would like to revisit that chat. I'm still not entirely sure whether to reveal the name. And the reason for that is that the officer, it is possible that the officer works undercover and it might create a risk to himself or other people that he works with. That's the only reason. But Commissioners, I will establish whether that is in fact the case. I'm only hesitant because I don't know enough. But once I establish what the factual situation is and whether there's indeed any risk, we can then disclose, if there isn't, then we can disclose the name publicly. So I will do that as soon as possible. But that's not the only reason I want to go back to that chat, because since I raised it on Friday, I've obtained information that's relevant to that chat, which I'd like to put before the Commission. If I may just take the Commission back to the chat to begin with. This is where there's a media article, and it's an article in the Daily Maverick by a journalist named Ms. Marianne Tam. And it is an article concerning then crime intelligence boss. He was a divisional commissioner for crime intelligence, Lieutenant General Peter Jacobs. I'm just waiting for it to be flighted.
For this purpose, we need only look at this thin file in front of us.
That is so, Commissioners, and I must apologize that you only received it this morning, and I will take you through it. It's the thin file with the yellow tabs.
Thank you.
So, you'll recall, Commissioners, that the...
I assume Mr. Valley also has a copy.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was about to raise the issue. We haven't received a hard copy. I assume that the thin file that my learned friend refers to is what was disclosed at 5 minutes to 12 yesterday morning. I'm not sure if you could clarify.
I'm not sure what time it was sent to you, Mr. Valley, so I'm not entirely sure of that, but it's the affidavit from Ms. Marianne Tam that I'm referring to.
No, we haven't received it. We've received it now.
Well, and my apologies for that, because you should have received it sooner.
Yes. Could we ask for 5 minutes just to go through the affidavit, if that might be in order?
Let's adjourn. You'll indicate when you are ready. I won't indicate a time here.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ready to resume, please make sure your devices are quiet. Thank you.
Mr. Valley, you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. We've taken the few minutes that you granted us.
Yes.
We've gone through the disclosure. I believe it's marked CJC 366.1 through CJC 366.4.
Yes, yes.
We're not sure about the relevance, but we'll learn as you learn about where this is going this morning.
Where this is going. Thank you very much, Mr. Valley. Thanks, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, where I was at first was just to take you back to the chat itself, the exchange between Lieutenant General Khan and the other officer, and that's displayed now. The article there is the article by Ms. Marian Tam. It was published in the Daily Maverick. And to remind you, the response from General Khan was, this journalist is a good friend of Jacobs and Vieri. And again, Lieutenant General Jacobs is the subject of that media report. And then the officer replies, it's clear as all articles are written by a single journalist. Counter needs to be activated on this journal. And the date of that conversation is 17 January 2021. Chair, I wish to submit into the exhibit bundle CJC 366. That is a set of documents pertaining to an affidavit that we obtained this weekend from Ms. Marian Tam. 366.1 is the affidavit itself. I'll take you to the affidavit, but what the affidavit shows is not 2 months later, after this exchange, Ms. Tam was the victim of a housebreaking in which 2 of her laptops were stolen. So it begins with Ms. Tam saying that she's a senior journalist at the Daily Maverick. That's on page 1 of the affidavit. Chair, if you don't mind, I won't read the entire thing, but only the relevant aspects. The second paragraph is where she describes the incident. She says, during the late evening of Saturday, 13 March 2021, I returned my house, she means to my house, situated on the corner of, and then she provides the address, to discover a break-in with my office ransacked, that is her home office, desk drawers emptied and pulled out, and my 2014 Daily Maverick Mac laptop stolen. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the thief or thieves had also taken a personal MacBook Pro, which I had refurbished for my older daughter from her bedroom. This device had a Daily Maverick sticker on the casing. An iPad was taken from my youngest daughter's bedroom and a handful of jewelry, and then she describes the jewelry that was stolen. She says other large ticket items such as a flat screen TV, Bluetooth speakers, various cameras, and even a small amount of cash were left intact. She goes on to say that I informed the Claremont police station that evening. An officer arrived, took a look around, and registered the case, and she gives the CAS number, which is CAS 139/3/2020. But I believe that's a typo because this was in 2021, so it should be 139/3/2021. I was later sent an SMS by a Sergeant N. Getra to acknowledge this. On page 2, she says, at the time, the officer could find no entry point to my house, which was Warring. Only the following morning, when two other more senior officers arrived to take a statement, was it discovered that the intruders had entered the house by cutting the iron burglar bars outside the lounge window. The curtain had been pulled shut, which is why the SAPS official the previous night could not find any entry point. A fingerprint expert arrived a few days later and informed us that the intruder or intruders had left no prints and had worn gloves, as was clear from smudges around the window frame. In the rest of the affidavit, she provides some background to the incident and other attacks on journalists. And then she signs and dates it on page 3 of the affidavit. She annexes to her affidavit 2 photographs. The first, which is on page 4, is a picture of her home office with drawers open. And the second on page 5 is the entry point. It's the picture with the burglar bars bent and the window opened. The attachments following that relate to the background information that Ms. Tam provided in the affidavit. And then, Commissioners, if you look at page 8, 9, and 10, this is information that we were provided by the SAPS, which they retrieved from their system. And probably the first is a description of the incident. We don't need to go into it. It's a repetition. It's the note that was taken by the officer who first attended the scene. The second is just a screenshot of the case details. And then on page 10, you'll see, again, it's information of the case details. It registers the station as Claremont and the CAS number and the incident. So it's confirmed from the side of the SAPS that this case was opened and this is what happened. The case was closed. No further detection was possible to determine who the perpetrators were. So that was the incident. Now,
please remind me, what was the date the journalist wrote this and that should be done about this journal? The date of the text. The date of the text.
17 January 2021.
All right, thank you.
And this incident took place on the 13th of March 2021. Now, Chair, I don't, this later housebreaking in March on this evidence alone can't conclusively show that it was linked to the WhatsApp exchange. But the sequence is alarming. And I raise it because it requires further investigation. It's a coincidence. It can't just be a coincidence. In my mind, which is why I think it needs to be referred.
That's exactly why I was interested in the closeness of the timing, yeah.
That's correct. It was less than 2 months between the exchange and then this event. And then, as Ms. Tam tried to say, this is in the context of other attacks on journalists, which I also referred to on Friday. So, Chair, it warrants investigation also into whether General Khan or the other officer took any steps after the housebreaking to either distance themselves from it, given the fact that they had this exchange, or to ensure that there isn't any member involved or any state-linked actor that was involved in the housebreaking. And if General Khan were here, I would ask those questions, because if that had not taken place, then that omission too would be significant. So, what is disturbing is that on the face of it, you have a senior crime intelligence officer informing another member of crime intelligence that a journalist appears to favor particular senior police officers, one of whom happens to be General Khan's superior. That's Lieutenant General Peter Jacobs. The response from the other member is not, well, journalists be journalists. We need to do a counter. And there's no evidence that General Khan said, no, don't do that kind of thing, or trying to prevent him from taking any, trying to prevent the other officer from taking any steps that may be inappropriate. So what it shows is that there's a willingness to use crime intelligence capabilities and crime intelligence resources for the purposes of using those resources against a journalist who you are not comfortable with their reporting. It's not a lawful policing objective. It's for the investigation of a journalist whose view you don't like. And it's important. It's not just a semantic issue. It's one. Crime intelligence exists to analyze and gather information and intelligence for lawful policing purposes. So it's not a mechanism for monitoring and intimidating anyone, particularly journalists. And I must say that I should be clear. I mean, it's not to say that journalists don't get things wrong. Journalists do get things wrong. But the appropriate response would be to correct the information, to report it to the senior editor, to report to the press ombudsman. My point is that there are institutional responses that are more appropriate than activating a counter against a journalist. And I won't spend too much time more on it other than to say that, of course, we appreciate in the constitutional democracy that journalists play an important role in exposing wrongdoing within public institutions, and including in the police. So the broader systemic concern that I just wish to place before the Commission is that the exchange reflects a danger that crime intelligence could be used for factional or personal and retaliatory purposes. And that is something that we should take note of in the Commission, where senior officers or their allies can even contemplate using such measures, then the safeguards are not working, the safeguards are not in place. And that's the point I wish to make as a result of that exchange, Commissioners.
Thank you. But for what you said at the beginning, it is exactly for similar reasons that I wanted the name to be exposed.
That issue, it's one, crime intelligence exists out of that exchange, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair. And from my position, it's merely to say not at this stage, but that I will establish whether there are any real risks in exposing the name publicly or not.
Ms. Hassim, good morning.
Good morning.
My reading of page 2 of the affidavit. So there's the heading, some background, and then reference to 2 articles. And the SANEF one, which is the last one with the blue color on your printout, suggests to me that this journalist believes that the break-in was linked to her writing stories about crime intelligence, surveilling journalists. So I don't read it to suggest that what was said in the chats was the reason for the break-in into her house. My reading of it is that her writing articles talking about crime intelligence surveilling journalists, at least she believes that that was what resulted in the break-in. And that's one way of reading it. You may read it, obviously, in many ways. I just thought that should be placed on record so that we don't create the impression that she says in her affidavit that because of the chats, there was then a break-in at her house.
That's correct, Commissioner. She doesn't say that at all, that she wasn't aware of the conversation that took place until until recently that took place between General Khan and this officer. And what's clear is that there's a lot of reporting that was taking place that on crime intelligence, you see, Commissioner, it's two things. It's reporting on what's taking place amongst senior officers in crime intelligence. And then there are alleged attacks against his journalists, which appear to come from crime intelligence. And then there's the attack. So all of it together is the context. She doesn't link the two. I'm the one who's making the link between the two, and I'm saying that the sequencing is relevant, the timing is relevant, and that it it warrants further investigation.
Ms. Hassim, insofar as you want to make something of effect whether or not General Khan said anything to distance himself from this, and obviously you would want to draw certain conclusions from that. Was this incident publicized in the media?
This particular housebreaking incident, I don't...
Yeah, because what you said assumes that General Khan would have known about it. If you're going to make anything of the fact that he may not have, he didn't comment, if it turns out to be a fact, if you want to make something of that he said nothing, he did not distance himself, then you first have to establish, it seems to me, you first have to establish that he would have known of the incident, and the reason you say he knows of the incident is because it was publicized or it was reported within crime intelligence, if you like. Do we have that kind of background fact?
I can't have that background fact. My point was, if General Khan were here, these are the questions I would put to General Khan. As a crime intelligence officer, it's possible that this would have come to his attention. Maybe not. Maybe it's just a common housebreaking. But we have to see it in context of the conversation with the other member. So we don't know whether there was a report back, for example, to General Khan following this incident. But obviously the first thing would be, if General Khan were here, would be to establish what he knew around the incident.
Yeah, I guess my point is, if he never comes to testify, we obviously would, I'm sure he does want, hopefully he wants to come and testify and clarify things. But if he doesn't testify, the point I'm making is there are facts that we don't have, that we don't, as matters stand, that we don't have, that we wouldn't be able to get to that point where we say, well, he failed to distance himself from this, and therefore he is implicated in this. That's the only point I'm seeking to.
That's correct. In the absence of any objective facts,
yes,
to that point, then we would not be able to draw that conclusion or make that inference. That's correct.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, but now that I've seen where...
Your mic.
the red light is on. I'm not sure if you can...
Oh, it's shielded by...
Let me just do this. That gives you line of sight. Thank you, Commissioner. Now that I've seen where Ms. Hassim has gone with this morning's evidence, which I emphasize was disclosed to us as proceedings commenced, as you've seen, I reiterate that we are not yet favored with instructions from General Khan. I mentioned that while he is responsive and there is signs of improvement, he is unable to converse with me. I went to the hospital in an attempt to see to what extent he's able to converse. Now, in as much as we don't have instructions, there is the issue of residual rights or residual instruction. I have to act in General Khan's best interest to protect his rights. And what I've just seen this morning as an opening gambit of proceedings troubles me. It troubles me because we were not privy to the intended evidence. We were not privy to where the evidence was intended to be led. And that creates a troubling situation, because the impression that is given In as much as Ms. Hassim says that all of these facts that she leads is circumstantial and then not circumstantial, it has to be one or the other. You can't approbate and reprobate. Either it's circumstantial or it's not. But the difficulty we find here is that we have no instructions on this. We don't know, or we were not given prior notice of this evidence. It becomes worse when one has regard to evidence that was disclosed to us yesterday at 5 minutes to 12. That's additional evidence outside of this small bundle here. And we have to object, or at least for purposes of this proceeding, object to the manner in which this incremental disclosure is coming about. We've previously highlighted and tabled our objection in relation to the disclosure historically, and now there's continuing disclosures. In fact, on Friday there was additional disclosures in between, which I did not object to because it seemed that it may have been a printing issue. But it's not, because those were material documents. And I now have to wonder whether or not the incremental disclosure and the leading of evidence, essentially by ambush, passes constitutional muster. We contend that it does not. So at the very least, we simply want our objection to be recorded for the manner in which these proceedings are being conducted by the evidence leaders. Ideally, Chairperson and Commissioners, this matter must be postponed until such time as Ms. Hassim tells us that the House is in order, this is the bundle, there's going to be nothing that's going to occur from this point. And at some point in time in the future, hopefully with General Khan improving in his health, at the minimum, we can put before this commission an affidavit in answer to what Ms. Hassim has led and intends leading. Even if General Khan is unfit to come and testify in person, I would prefer that he is present so that he can refute the evidence, but right now he can't. And factually, and if I may draw from a colloquial expression, they're kicking him while he's down. And it troubles me significantly. Those are my submissions, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Valley. Ms. Hassim?
Chair, unfortunately, this is a commission of inquiry. This is not a trial that we're conducting against General Khan. Information comes to us when it comes to us. The investigations are ongoing. This is an investigative inquiry. The affidavit that was presented to the Commission this morning was only obtained yesterday, late yesterday. I couldn't have provided it to Mr. Valley any sooner than yesterday, and I apologize that he did not get it at least earlier this morning. I had thought that it was sent to him, but it couldn't have been provided sooner because it was only made available yesterday. And that's the nature of the Commission of Inquiry.
I notice the date of commissioning is 5 July 2026, according to the stamp.
That's correct.
Which I assume is the stamp of the Commissioner of Oaths.
That's correct, Chair. It's dated and stamped by the Commissioner yesterday. And so I can't take it any further than that, but to say that when the evidence comes to us, we need to put it before the Commission.
Was the affidavit solicited by the evidence leaders, or was it offered to the evidence leaders?
Well,
because if it is the former, a point might be made that it should have been sought much earlier than yesterday.
No, Chair, it was a combination of being approached by certain individuals, followed with only yesterday a request that if it is going to be placed before the Commission, it needs to be in affidavit format. So as the evidence leaders didn't have knowledge of this before yesterday. And so it was only once I was seized with the affidavit that I could then make it, circulate it.
All right, please continue then. I thought you were still making your points.
No, Chair, my point is really about the nature of a commission of inquiry, and we've made the point before. And it's unfortunate. I mean, this isn't a trial, so we don't have a case that's built up. that we disclose and then we go to trial. This is an ongoing investigation, and it's not entirely in our control. And the second point is that in relation to Mr. Valley's submissions that this is unfair because we are continuing even when General Khan is in hospital, we had alerted General Khan's legal representative of our intention to present the evidence as it is because this commission has a limited lifespan and we have a compressed timetable and we need to provide the evidence. That's simply what we're doing, is we're presenting the evidence to the commission, and we've also made it clear that that will be, obviously General Khan, when we do await a response, when it is possible to get a response from General Khan to the evidence that's being presented.
Now, according to the current plan, the last day of the hearing of evidence is 31 July 2026.
Our schedule runs until 31 July 2026, and
with August to be the period for writing the final report.
That's correct, Chair. The extension that was granted by the President was to the end of August. And the end of August was, what the President required was that the final report must be submitted by the end of August. The Commission and evidence leaders felt that we would, in order to get as maximum evidence in, we would run the hearings all the way until the end of July, which only affords us 1 month to write.
Less than, or 1 month to write. I thought you were saying from today we are left with 1 month. I was going to say we are left with less than a month for the hearing.
For the hearings.
For the hearing of evidence.
So we had very little choice. It was either we present the evidence to the Commission or we don't present the evidence relating to General Khan at all.
So that addresses the point about possibly postponing and not hearing any evidence, which is a point made by Mr. Valley.
And Chair, that was the point that was made in response to the in-camera application as well. Thank you.
Thank you. A very short reply.
Briefly,
2 minutes, 2 minutes, and no more, please.
Briefly, Chair, the manner in which we expected the evidence leaders to proceed in terms of this matter is set out in their 10-6 notice. This evidence is not covered by the issues that they've raised there. And this is why it's concerning. It seems that it's being made up as we plod along. And placing General, even if he was here in that position, he doesn't know what is the case that he needs to prepare.
I have never understood the regulation 10.6 notices to mean that that is all that will be covered at the hearing. What the 10.6 notice does is to focus on underline certain specific issues that the Commission wants to get an idea of ahead of the hearing. I've never understood it to mean that that's the sum total of what will be covered at the hearing.
Indeed, and I accept that. And that's the reason why there is the statement in the 10.6 that this is not all of the evidence. We may amend, expand, etc. However, notice is still required.
I probably misunderstood you then. I'm sorry.
No need to apologize, Chair. We're still unpacking the issue. We would expect at a minimum a reasonable amount of notice be given. And in the absence of notice, we are prejudiced. That is the point. I'll leave it there, Chair. I'm not going to take it any further, except that the objection is now recorded. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Valley. If it were a witness who is not in the situation General Khan finds himself, this would have been quite easy to resolve in the sense that we would simply say, General Khan will have access to all of the documentation that has been served on him, and he will also have access to the transcript, and he may, down the line, address whatever issue he needs to address before we conclude the hearing of evidence. But because he's in the situation in which he is, we do not know whether by the time we conclude the hearing of testimony, he will be in a position to address all of these issues, having had sight of what I've referred to. What happens will depend on what his position, what his situation is when we conclude the hearing of the evidence. But to cut a long story short, we must proceed with the hearing of evidence. We will not postpone.
As it pleases. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, that concludes the issue I wished to deal with that related to the use of crime intelligence resources for purposes other than lawful policing objectives.
I do apologize.
Now we know Commissioner Baloyi loves Maskandi music. Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thanks, Chair. So, Chair, what I propose to do now then is to return to the tenders chapter. And the last tender that we were dealing with was a tender on auto parts. And for this, Commissioners, you will need the annexures file, annexures to WhatsApp chats file, and your core bundle.
Core bundle is file number.
It's with page 5204. File 1, I'm advised. Thanks, Chair. So 5204 is where I believe we left off. It was the chat where Mr. Valley, on the 17th of June, 2021, at 1:54 p.m. says we will be ready with the file by next week, 24th, and pricing. So if I can pick it up from there. What we see next is, well, let me just, if you scroll down to 5205, you'll see more of this sentiment that's expressed throughout this chat about needing additional income. So 5205, about halfway down, so the third chat from the bottom, at 4:52 on the same day, Mr. Valley says we need another source of income, bro. And then on page 5214, the preparation of the documents for the tender seem to now be complete. And you'll see on the third chat, Mr. Valley says, hi, sir, this is the front of the file. That's in fact a forwarded message from one of his employees, which he sends to General Khan. And in the next message, you'll see a screenshot of the cover of the file, which is the bidding documents, the tender documents that will be submitted by the company, Kaizen MSD, Kaizen Motor Spares. Immediately below the screenshot of the front page is a response from General Khan with a thumbs up. (5215). Can you slide to the actual?
Thumbs up, we don't.
So I think what's happened, Commissioner Beloy, in the process of producing the bundles, the emojis didn't print. So just to show it to you, I think we need to go to the electronic version of this. If you could just give us a moment. Okay, let's get there. No. You try to do it by extract. So, Commissioners, we're just locating, because we can't go to the electronic version of the bundle, obviously. We need to go to the actual chat itself. So we're just going to pull that up. But then they need to see it as well. That's fine.
Are we winning?
I think we're now there, Chair.
Oh.
So on the screen now, you'll see, Chair, the WhatsApp message with a thumbs up immediately below the screenshot of the front of the file.
It's strange because what appears to be the chat is actually there when I look at the time, including the seconds as well. It's exactly the same as what we have, except that the emoji is not there.
That's correct, Chair, and I don't have an explanation for why in the process of producing the bundle, the emoji went, but on the original, it's there, and I think that we might, there's another chat where this happens again, and so we will need to go back to the original.
All right, thank you.
But Chair, as you rightfully point out, the time, the date and the time to the second is exactly the same.
And then, Ms. Hassim, to avoid an accusation that you can add and remove things from chats, we may need a better explanation of what happened with this specific chat, because otherwise all the chats that we are reading, somebody will say, oh, you can add and remove, any words that you do not like. So just to avoid that accusation, we need to get a better explanation.
I'll find out from our technicians how it is. It's only the emojis that seem to not print when you convert it into this bundle format, not the text, but I will find out exactly what the reason for that is. But what the commissioners have and what General Khan has are the original versions of the chats.
Have we used exactly the same format we've been using throughout? I'm asking because we have always had emojis on there.
Chair, we are. I really don't know how this happened. It only came to my attention
Yes.
also in the
But anyway, let's not belabor it for now. Let's wait for the explanation that you're going to seek from.
I will obtain an explanation, but Chair, I must emphasize that on the original,
Yes.
and all parties have the original extracted data.
Yes. By original, you are not referring to what we have before us, because what we have is what does not have the emoji.
So, Chair,
Maybe, Mr. Valley, what do you have?
Chair, just like you, we've got the hard copy where there isn't an emoji, and I've got an electronic copy, the one that was part of the third disclosure, where I do see an emoticon, indeed.
All right. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Hassim.
Thanks, Chair. So to return to this the chronology, that was the 3rd of July 2021, and then on 5232,
Ms. Hassim, you have referred to the WhatsApp at 5215 after the emoji. It seems to be important.
Oh, I got distracted with our discussion. Yes, immediately after the emoji, the next message from Mr. Valley is in case he forgot the company name, ne? And General Khan says yes.
Thank you.
Our interpretation of that is to send the screenshot of the front cover of the file to General Fani, well, he wasn't General Fani then, but Mr. Fani and or other individuals within procurement so that they are able to easily identify this tender amongst all the tenders. So 5232. What you see on this page is a screenshot sent by Mr. Valley of the tender being dropped in the box. And we know that because in the next message he says, dropped off brew. And General Khan's response is, Alhamdulillah.
Are you able to assist us with what that means?
It basically means praise to God, thanks to God.
Thank you.
So that is 12 July 2021. 5253, if the commissioners could turn there. 5253. About 2 weeks on. Mr. Valley says, So it's in the middle of the page. Sir, there's a word missing. I'm not sure what it is. At National Treasury, still nothing on there. Maybe I had a look at National Treasury. Maybe it's had a look at National Treasury website. Still nothing on there, sir. I even tried calling from this morning as well, sir. No picking up the phones. The next message is, I think maybe tomorrow I should drive to the office and speak to the person that run the information bid department, sir. Chair, these are messages that are forwarded to General Khan. And we don't know who they're from, but I think it's his employee who's responsible for putting the bid together. So he forwards this to General Khan, and then if you scroll down to 5254, he says, nothing on the system on who tendering. And there was zero register. By that, I think maybe he was referring to a register of people who arrived to drop off the bids. And then the next message, he says, can bro trouble your guy to see if all okay? And General Khan responds, wassalam, I am meeting him now. And then the next message, Mr. Valley thanks him. And then General Khan says, can you talk now? That takes place on 26 July. 2 days later, at 5257, you'll see there's an attachment on that page, Commissioners. Mr. Valley sends General Khan a list of the bidders for the auto parts tender. And you will find that attachment at page 145 of the annexures bundle, the WhatsApp chat annexures. So on that page, you'll see, Commissioners, it's a list of 23 submissions for this bid. Mr. Valley's submission is at number 13, Kaizen MSD. And what Mr. Valley says in the chat is, after he sends this document, he says AHK also tendering. And you'll see AHK at number 2. This is in alphabetical order. The numbering doesn't mean anything. But at number 2, you'll see AHK motor spares. So he says AHK also tendering. This is his competitor. General Khan responds to this saying, okay, he is greedy. Mr. Valley then replies, he's killing it in Cape, bro. General Khan responds, okay. Mr. Valley says, must target Cape, bro. And General Khan responds, I am going to very soon, inshallah. We then can move on to the next.
Maybe before you move on, just for the record, it seems from your page 145 that this list was already published, a public document, at least on the website. Is that, do you accept that to be the position?
I believe so. What we can see from the chats is that Mr. Valley's employee was constantly checking the National Treasury website for the publication of this list, and he's the one that shares it with General Khan, not the other way around.
Okay.
And the top of the page, on page 145, says publication of names of bidders, and it's a National Treasury document.
Thank you.
So what we need to go to next, Chair, is page 5261. And it's now the 29th of July, 2021. At the bottom of the page, you'll see Mr. Valley says, they have conversations about other things, and then they return to this. 29 July 2021 at 7:41 in the evening, Mr. Valley says, inshallah, we get SAPS deal. And if you just scroll down to page 5262, Mr. Valley says, then we stash that money, you and I. Don't put back into system. And General Khan responds, I am not mad. Mr. Valley says, 100% build elsewhere. General Khan replies, definitely. The indication is that this is not merely a contract that would benefit one party, being Mr. Valley, but that it would benefit General Khan as well.
And do you have any idea what putting back into system means?
I can only speculate.
Which of course they say they are not going to do. Yeah, but what is that?
Chair, I can only speculate. It could mean one of two things. One is that the system is a network of their partners and business arrangements. Because we've seen other tenders, that there's a network that may benefit from these kind of tenders. And what he's suggesting is this one is for you and me, Brew, not for the rest of us, not for the rest of the potential beneficiaries of this project. That's one potential interpretation. The other is don't put it back into the system, meaning tax evasion. So that there's a form of skimming in the project, so that it doesn't all get back into the fiscus. In other words, those are the two interpretations that I see. I'm not sure if the commissioners have any alternative interpretations.
I don't.
What the point is that it's going to be a joint project between the two.
I'm not taking issue with what you've said. I'm just saying I can't come up with more.
Maybe we'll think of more as we go along, but those are the two that come to my mind immediately. So that's 29 July 2021, Commissioners. On the 5th of August, at page 5303, at the top of the page, Mr. Valley says, how long you think before Treasury awards? General Khan responds, I am with our friend now, I will ask. And then Mr. Valley thanks him, and then General Khan says, I wanted you to greet the brother. And Mr. Valley says, Marf, bro, was sleeping, meaning sorry. bro, we're sleeping. General Khan responds, he's gone now. So this is an inquiry about when Treasury will make the award, and General Khan is indicating that he is with our friend and he will find out. And that he wanted to introduce Mr. Valley directly. He wanted Mr. Valley to speak directly to our friend. On the 20th of August, at page 5322, halfway down the page, Mr. Valley asks, bro, what did our man say? Is all on track? Will we win a good slice? And if you scroll down to 5323, there's another exchange that happens immediately afterwards. Mr. Valley sends a stream of messages, including about providing certain documents and keys. I'm gliding over it for now, Chair, but it is relevant to another chapter, so I will come back to it. But in the end, General Khan says at the bottom of page 5323, yes, bro, and I'm not sure whether he's responding because it all happens in the space of about half an hour, this conversation, whether he's responding to the question about what our man says. He doesn't say anything at this point in time. But it's a follow-up query by Mr. Valley, will we get a good slice? And what did our man say? And then if we look at 6 September 2021, 5336. What you see on this page is that Mr. Valley sends General Khan a letter from the Acting Chief Director for Transversal Contracting within National Treasury. And what the letter says is that there are missing documents that they require them.
Please enlarge this. Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Basically, what the letter refers to is missing information in relation to distributors. And the letter says, should they be accredited distributors, those that I mentioned in the paragraph before, those companies, please provide us with confirmation from manufacturers of the parts or tools in question as per the above-mentioned clause. Furthermore, the authorization letter submitted from the manufacturer, Auto X, did not include the item number or item description. It was noted that the following documentation, and in brackets SBD 6.1, was not fully completed in your bid submission. So that's SBD clause 6.1. Not fully completed. Please submit the requested documentation before the end of business on 13 September 2021. And it's signed off by a National Treasury officer. The next screenshot is the same letter, it's just the first page of the letter. Below the letter, Mr. Valley says, bro, it seems they nitpicking. We need to reply. 6.1 was filled in proper. So that's a reference to the SBD 6.1.
Mr. Sim, we don't have the parts about we need to reply.
Sorry, you don't have that page, Commissioner Baloy, 5339.
Yeah, no, we don't have.
Okay, it's flighted. If you could have a look at your screen. need to reply 6.1 was filled in proper. That was the SPD 6.1 that was referred to. And then they continue with another conversation.
I trust that the attorneys are keeping a running list because on Friday, there was a number of pages that we did not have. Thank you.
The next page may not be in your bundle as well, Chair, and it's page 5341. Because what you'll see in 5341 is then screenshots of the form, and I think this is the SBD form that was in issue. And what Mr. Valley sends to General Khan are these screenshots to show that they were filled in. And there are a series of screenshots that are being platted. At 5346 after the screenshots. Mr. Valley, again, this is a forwarded message from his employee. Hi, sir, this is sad. 6.1, page 125. I just checked now, sir. It all filled in. So those were the screenshots that he's referring to, all filled in. And then page 5347. This should be in your bundle. At the top of the page.
Yes, it is.
At the top of the page, Mr. Valley says, "Can I have Goni at the table tonight, bro? He will draft letter. Goni is very trustworthy and quiet." And we've established that this person is probably the employee that's forwarding him this message. He's the one who signs the bid documents as one of the directors of KZN MSD. And then as you scroll down, Mr. Valley says, "I think our man forgot meeting." And General Khan says, "I will call him now." On page 5348, just to remember the timeline here, this is now 8 September 2021. Mr. Valley says, "Blood, we can meet him tomorrow, no problem." General Khan says, "Okay." Then at page 5359, on 17 September 2021, at 7:36 in the evening, Mr. Valley says, "Blood, we'll touch base with your man tomorrow and see how we're looking." And then there's an emoji that's in the next message that seems to be present on your version this time. And it looks like the open hands, the pleading hands.
This is the second time we actually see emojis on our copies, after the one that did not show.
Yes, Chair. I'm not sure what you're asking me, but I will try to get an answer for you.
But let's not worry about it now, but you'll still find or get that explanation.
Yes, indeed, I will, Chair. And General Khan responds, "Okay." And Mr. Valley says, "Thank you." That was 17 September. At page 5372, This is now 28 September 2021. 3 chats from the bottom. Mr. Valley says, please trouble our man for progress, please. And General Khan says, okay. And Mr. Valley responds, JZKL, bro, meaning thank you. And then we don't hear much on this contract for a while until, this is 28 September, until 21 October 2021 at page 5377. After the message from Mr. Valley greeting him and saying, how's George? And George is referring there not to the name of a person, but to the place. And that'll become relevant later. General Khan responds, it's tops, bro. And then he says, morning meeting sitting today at 10 to adjudicate. Regards. So meeting sitting today at 10 to adjudicate. That was a message that was forwarded. So General Khan got this from somebody inside procurement, probably Mr. Fani, saying that they're now going to be adjudicating the bid. And then at page 5390,
maybe before you deal with 5390, you say that message was forwarded. How do we distinguish what is written by General Khan and what is forwarded on the bundles that we have?
So one is by context, and the second is the metadata, which is a separate spreadsheet that's in the electronic bundle that shows which messages are forwarded and which are not. It's quite voluminous to produce the whole set of that metadata, but it would be very easy for us to cross-check to see that these are indeed the forwarded messages or not.
Yeah. Well, I ask because we don't have the insight that you have, the insight of the metadata, and yet our treatment of these messages has to reflect the correct position. So without you burdening us with the voluminous material that shows the distinction, it's probably advisable for the record, which we will read without you, that you indicate this was forwarded. This is original text. Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner, it would have been, this was prepared for questioning by the witness, as opposed to the process that I'm now going through. The metadata is in the bigger files that are with the Commission, so it is part of our record. And so I think what we would need to do, given that we are now going through this process, is to just indicate on the relevant chats together with the page from the metadata that's relevant.
Thank you.
So you have annotations which will be what assists you to tell us whether this is forwarded or not.
That's correct, Chair. So it wouldn't be difficult to pull out just the relevant aspects of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So we had page 5390. And it starts at the top of the page with General Khan saying on 16 November 2021, "Salams, bro, I'm with our man. He wanted to speak to you." nothing further on this particular chat in relation to that. And I'll just say, Chair, as I did on Friday, that there's more than one device that is used in the communications, and there's more than one form of communication that takes place between General Khan and various individuals. So there's nothing on the face of this chat that says that anything followed after this message on 16 November. But we just simply don't know.
I'm sure it's a matter of public record when the BAC in relation to this tender would have said, I'm just going back to the previous chat where they said adjudication at 10 o'clock today. Are we able to obtain that so that we can be certain that the chat did not relate to some private business they have, but related specifically to the tender we are dealing with?
I mean, Commissioner Kumalo, we could get that quite easily, the date on which
if we have to draw inferences and exclude other possibilities, it makes sense that we get as much as we can on the facts that are readily verifiable.
Absolutely. I mean, again, Commissioner, it was prepared for the purposes of questioning a witness. So there are certain aspects which we now have to, I mean, and we're hoping that we will get a response to this in any event, but this information is information that we could easily obtain either through public records or through requesting it from National Treasury, which we will do. So,
sorry, a different point, Ms. Hassim. We've looked at earlier text, and the one example that I remember at least is there's a text that speaks about Guni at the table, and you've said that seems to be an employee who would have been involved in the preparation of the tender. If you look at 5389, I don't know the top message. I don't know if you still plan to deal with that. But it seems to me on a reading of it that that kind of text would have come from someone else with inside information about what's happening at Treasury about the processing of these tenders. Is that a topic that you were going to cover?
Commissioner, it's
and do you agree on if you read this that's the impression that it creates?
I agree with you on your interpretation of the message. Mr. Valley himself is not attending to all of the logistics of checking on this. His task is to deal with another level of this, and that's to talk to General Khan and to the higher level procurement officials to ease their way to facilitate the process. So I agree with you that this is someone else that is reporting to Mr. Valley. What I cannot say is whether that is the same person or not, whether it's Goni, but it's somebody who is paying attention to the logistics and the progress of the deliberations on this bid.
The point I'm making about it is that on the face of it, it suggests that someone else who is reporting, this person who's reporting, or who is forwarding this text, in fact, has got another person that they're talking to, possibly in National Treasury, who's giving them this kind of information, because this doesn't look like publicly available in information. I think that's a point that I'm making about it, that you've got you have General Khan who's discussing with our men, and then you've got this person who's forwarding these messages to him, who in fact seems to be talking to somebody else who's within Treasury, who's telling them what's going on with this tender.
That's correct, Commissioner Beloy, but we just don't know who that person is.
Yes, okay.
But that there is a conversation happening is apparent from the text, yes.
Thank you.
So what happens is that Mr. Valley receives information. He then goes to General Khan and he says, will bro ask your guy, our guy, in fact. Oh no, your guy. He says, will bro ask your guy? And then he follows it. Did bro speak to the main man? That's on 5389. And throughout these messages, there's a reference to our guy, your guy, the main man, etc. And I have submitted, in the context of the previous chats, the previous tenders were not, the previous tenders I was dealing with on Friday, where Molefe Fani was involved, were different tenders with a different individual. But I will show in the course of this text that at least one of the guys inside Treasury that they are talking to is Mr. Fani. So on page 5390, he says, "I'm with our man, he wanted to speak to you," and that was the end of that conversation. Mr. Valley says, and we're still on 5390, and that's 19 November 2021, he says, "Do you know those guys, AKH?" Now, you'll recall that that's the other competitor in the list of tenders that Mr. Valley pointed out to General Khan, and General Khan said he's greedy.
Maybe a mix-up of letters. He speaks of AKH and your list has AHK.
Yes, so I believe it's the same
company.
And why do I say so? Because the next message says they're going around and stating they have won this contract. So it's obviously one of the 10 bidders, etc. General Khan responds at 12:29 as you see it. He says, "Wassalam, balls." And Mr. Valley responds, 100%. On page 531, it continues. He says, "But I don't talk. Keep you and other man hidden." And then the next message, "Love this, and especially that AHK Oak." And then language we can't repeat on national television. And then General Khan says, "Big one." So that conversation takes place, as I said, 19 November. So they don't know yet about the award of the tender. 5393. This is now 22nd November 2021. Mr. Valley asks, middle of the page, "Will Big Bro see if they're going to award this month, please?" General Khan responds, "Yes, bro." And Mr. Valley says, "And landed cost is mad." General Khan says, "That's going to give us a boost." And Mr. Valley responds, "Bro can make us solid." Over the page 5394, General Khan responds, "Inshallah."
Can you just remind us the business that General Khan is involved in? It is the spare parts business.
Yes, Commissioner Beloy, and this is the subject of the next chapter I'll be dealing, well, one of the chapters to come, which is General Khan's financial disclosures. He has several spare parts stores.
Thank you.
And 2 separate companies that deal in auto parts.
But he's not, at least not directly related to the bidder that we are dealing with in this chat. So in other words, he's not a shareholder or a partner in that business, as far as you are aware.
He's not a formal shareholder in Kaizen MSD or a director or anything like that, no.
I'm asking because the previous chat, he says this is going to give us a boost. And this is one of those where it's him talking, so us must refer to him. Whereas in other instances where Mr. Valley is talking, us could be Mr. Valley and somebody else.
Yes, Commissioner Beloy, he refers to the two of them, as I said, as General Khan being one of the beneficiaries. But the beneficiary is not going to be it's not straightforward. It's not, you're a member of the company. And I think they're just, I think they would be, they're just not that stupid. So when he says it's for us, it's through some other means. Chair, it's 11:02. I've just noticed.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:30.
30th of January 2022 at page 5438. At the bottom of the page, General Khan sends a message to Mr. Valley saying, can we meet Fani on Tuesday evening? And Mr. Valley responds, sure, blood. Where? General Khan says, Nova. Mr. Valley says, perfect. And then he says, inshallah, some good news will go down nicely. And General Khan says, Ameen, or Amen. On 5439, no, sorry, Chair. Um, 5441. This is now the 1st of February 2022, and Mr. Valley asks, my bro, what time we meeting? Fan, he spells it F-A-N. General Khan responds, I'm waiting for him to respond. Mr. Valley says, JZKL. General Khan says, 7 o'clock Nova. Mr. Valley says, perfect, my bro. And then he says, on the next page, can we do 7:20? That's in February 2022. If we go to page 5444, you'll see that Mr. Valley says, this is 22nd February 2022, 9:12 a.m., got feedback for us. When is Brew back? And then over the page, 5445, need Fan, F-A-N, to sort one last hurdle. And General Khan responds with a pin location. At the bottom of the page, Mr. Valley says, see if Big Brew can pull Fan for a supper, please, F-A-N. 5446, General Khan sends, when Brew, he says, when Bro is back. And then General Khan says, on the weekend, and Mr. Valley responds, perfect. Okay, so I'm sticking with this theme, so there's things in between I'm glossing over for now. At page 5448, February 2022. He says, Mr. Valley says, they try to call each other, they miss each other. General Khan says, at Parliament nuts, what now, please, what's up? And then Mr. Valley says, blood, buy me one day, please, doing my numbers, please. Followed by a series of gifts. And then they continue to have a different discussion about this gentleman, Josie Adams, but it's not related to this particular tender. Then at 5452, still February 2022, 24 February 2022 in particular, General Khan at the top of the page says, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and Northern Cape prices were not submitted. We should have. So this was a transversal tender for SAPS across provinces. General Khan is saying that there are 3 provinces here where prices were not submitted in the tender. We should have. And then he follows in the next message by saying, we were too cheap, but we must find a way to up prices later. Mr. Valley responds immediately. He says, we must apply for price increase soon as we get tender, because it's been delayed too long. And you can see as we're going through this, he keeps asking about when is the award, have there been any news? There's quite a big delay between the submission of the bid and the actual award. So he says we must apply for a price increase as soon as we get the tender because it's been delayed too long. And then the next message, but your guy, Fan, is the man, F-A-N.
Ms. Hassim, as you go through the chats, so 2 observations. The first question I have is, was Mr. Fani part of the various committees that evaluate and adjudicate this specific tender? I'm sure we are able to get that information. The second observation is, on its face, it appears to be improper that while a bid is being evaluated and you are one of the bidders, you are having meetings with a senior supply chain person in the very department. And
yes. So on your question, Commissioner Kamala, even assuming it was not in relation to the tender, the meeting, it would nevertheless be improper.
Yeah, because you don't know what influence he has. Does he appoint, for example, the people who sit in various committees? What exactly is his role? And those are some of the questions that may have to be answered for us. Because how else do you explain the various requests for meetings with him? And it's clear that the discussion is about the tender, where there's interest by these 2 parties in that tender. They want it to be awarded to them.
Indeed, and what we see also, Commissioner Kamalo, from the chats is that there is information that you could only have if you were talking to somebody inside. So it has been brought to General Khan's attention that they failed to include in their bid 3 provinces, and that this is something that needs to be rectified at some point. So the information is coming from somebody who is close to the process. Whether Mr. Fani is sitting on the committee or not, we would need to establish. But it's certainly information that he has access to.
Ms. Hassim, as you find out whether Mr. Fani was part of one of the committees, perhaps you might as well find out or get a copy of the I don't know, there's a procurement, the relevant extracts about employee conduct when it's tenders in which they have an interest, because this communication from General Khan suggests that he does have an interest in how this tender is evaluated, and it will be important. I think one of the questions that would have to be asked of him is whether he declared an interest, and I think it's advisable that we know what is the requirement. So if you would get the necessary extracts.
We'll do so, Commissioner Bloy.
Thank you.
Chair, Commissioners, we will be making submissions about that because while what's clear is it can't be correct that so there are 2 issues. One is the conversations with somebody in Treasury. That's clearly improper. The second is the fact that you are a senior member of the SAPS. This contract concerns the SAPS. And I would say there's a third issue, And that is that General Khan himself is in the spare parts business. And then there's a conflict of interest concern that arises there that, again, would be up for investigation. I'm not drawing conclusions. So to return to the timeline, in February, 24 February, the exchange was needing to apply, already anticipating that we're going to need to apply for a price increase on the tender. And if you scroll down to 5453, Mr. Valley checks and this issue of pricing for all the regions, and he responds on the same day at 12:37 in the afternoon. He says, bro, we applied and priced all regions, every region. And then he sends a screenshot. So this you'll see at page 5453, and then it rolls over into 5454 is a screenshot that is sent to him from someone who it's very small, the print, but basically what it says is we applied and submitted pricings for all the following regions, which is all the files that were provided for by the tender, and then he lists all the regions. Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KZN, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga, Northwest, Northern Cape, Western Cape. And then we get to 8 March 2022. And that's at page 5458. In fact, again, the pages are, it starts on 548, but the second page is above it. But let's start with the first page, because this is where General Khan sends Mr. Valley a copy of the Treasury letter recommending the appointment of Kazan MSD. So at 5458 is the first page. RT 45 2021, supply and delivery of automotive parts. Paragraph 6 says the following government institutions participate in the contract. And then if you scroll up, Commissioners, you'll see paragraph 7, name and address of the contractor and other relevant information. And there were 2 of those, a list of bidders that have been awarded the contract. The first is All Parts, Pty Limited, and the other is Kazan MSD. Now, here we have this problem again with the emojis, but we will display it at the bottom of page 5459. So General Khan sends this to Mr. Valley to show him, sorry, one last thing. It's dated 7 March 2022, this letter. And it's sent to Mr. Valley immediately the next day, 8 March 2022. Okay, and then Mr. Valley responds with love and kisses emojis, which you'd have to look at on your screen because the PDF Adobe didn't transfer it. And then he says, busy with them today, on page 5459, and General Khan says, Bismillah.
Ms. Hassim, I thought that name that we were looking for on page 5457, the contact person. Remember, we only had the name, but not the surname.
Oh, yes. Yes. This is why I believed the Goni to be this person. You see his full name there.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. So that's the Goni that's being referred to, who was the contact person for the contract.
Sorry, Ms. Hassim, are you able to assist with the translation of the second text at 5459, please? If you can just.
Well, I can, but it's hard. I don't know how to translate it. It's another way of saying thanks to God, in the name of God.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
So that's where we learned that the contract was in fact awarded on the 7th of March, 2022.
And do we know if this one ran its course, no cancellation, no challenge, no nothing?
It did run its, well, I'm not sure what run its course. It did continue, and there were, you'll see as I go through this, Chair, that there's more communication about, servicing and getting purchase orders and complaints about purchase orders not enough, et cetera, et cetera. There was a challenge from other bidders. The unsuccessful bidders brought a legal challenge to this tender. And we don't know yet what the outcome of that challenge is, but that they acted upon it will become clear in the course of the chats.
Thank you.
But that's also information that we can objectively obtain, at which point this contract was terminated.
Thank you.
It was meant to, just as a reminder, to run for 36 months.
Ms. Hassim, taking you back to 5457, I think you've said it and we understood it, but you said it in passing, maybe then to place it on record that one of the two companies, number 2, that is the company that belongs to Mr. Valley.
Yes, Kaizen MSD. Yes.
Because you sort of said, you see, there it is, it's one of those. And then we understood what you meant, but just for the purposes of the transcript.
Kaizen MSD is Mr. Valley's company. That was the company, one of the companies that was awarded the tender. So, Chair, could I ask you and Commissioners to go to page 5472? And here, Mr. Valley sends General Khan a copy of an email from the SAPS with naming the individuals who are responsible for this particular contract within the SAPS. And that's followed with a letter that's...
And you see that from what? That they're the individuals responsible for this contract? Is it the RT45 contacts? The subject line?
And it makes sense that these are the individuals responsible from their positions, which follows their names: accounting officer, component head, vehicle fleet, etc. The next, this is then followed by this letter that's dated 19 March 2022, and it's a letter from Kaizen to National Treasury, and it's essentially a complaint or a request or a plea to vary some of the terms of the contract because of the COVID pandemic and the shortage of supply from parts that are meant to be, so basically original equipment manufacturer parts that are part of the contract that they are required to use, that they are unable to obtain timeously because of the COVID pandemic and importation of these parts into the country. So it's a letter from Mr. Valley asking it's addressed to Zanele and Kwanazi, as you'll see.
Did you place the page number on record? You may have, I don't remember. For purposes of the record, please.
5473.
Yeah, we do see it. Yeah, thank you.
So I'll just read the relevant part because it's a long letter, but he explains the problem. And then he says, please understand, our intention is to provide the best service at the best price with minimal downtime in order to keep our country and communities safe. We would appreciate your swift and positive response to our request, and we thank you for the opportunity. The paragraph above it, in fact, it says, maybe just for the sake of the record, I paraphrased it.
Ms.
But let me,
maybe also read the one that starts Madam.
that's the paragraph.
Is that where you're going?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam, taking the above into account and always looking ahead, our kind request, which has been documented and previously allowed in prior SAPS tenders, is if we could kindly purchase or buy out OEM automotive parts and supply to you at a maximum markup of 15% on our OEM cost. We do not mind making a 15% markup on the whole to ensure we give you the best possible service and to keep our SAPS vehicles on the road. To ensure transparency, all OEM invoices will be provided or can be attached to the quote. This is the concern that is raising that I was paraphrasing earlier.
Please remind us, I may have forgotten, weekend might have come in. This tender relates to SAPS vehicles, but was done through the National Treasury. Do you remember why that is the case, why it was not done directly with SAPS?
Because it's a transversal contract, it's centralized in National Treasury, and it's for procurement for SAPS, but across provinces. And I think that's why it's done by National Treasury and not the SAPS itself.
Because that fact is relevant to the question Commissioner Baloy asked earlier, the question of conflict of interest. Because this is SAPS procurement, although it's done via National Treasury. So if you are a member of the SAPS, especially somebody at senior level, issues of disclosure become relevant.
Absolutely. The fact that it's a transversal contract and it's centralized with the National Treasury, and that's why I was saying, Commissioner Kumalo, there are two problems here. One is with the contact with somebody in Treasury as they're going along, and the second is that General Khan is a senior officer himself in the department that's meant to be serviced through this tender. So...
you were saying so. Please finish.
No, I was going to move on, Chair, so please ask the question.
Please read into the record the paragraph that follows, starting basically.
The paragraph following the paragraph I just read, which began, Madam, says, basically, Madam, this is a request to change brands on some components to ensure that the supply rate
should be perfect. Misspelled, but it should be perfect.
It says prefect, but they mean perfect.
Yes.
Unless in procurement, prefect has a special meaning.
We can find that out too. But Commissioners, the purpose of the letter is clear.
Do we have any idea what the change of brands, what that is about in this context?
Chair, I think it again, I don't have the final specifications of the contract. But part of it, as I recall from when we looked at the draft, remember there was a draft specs, was that they would have to use original equipment manufacturer parts. And they would obtain these directly from so if it's a Mercedes vehicle, then they would have to get the spare part, whatever it is, from the manufacturer. And what they're wanting to do here is to source it from other suppliers. And he's trying to say they will get quality, but they can't be bound to these terms in the context of the COVID pandemic.
Yeah. Thank you.
Excuse me. Okay, so they are now, but they're well into servicing the contract, as we can see now in March 2022. If we go to page 5484.
Do we put away file 1 for a while, or do we keep it close by?
Chair, I know at some point, and I can't scroll down right now to see where it is. At some point, I'm going to go back to file 1, so maybe don't put it away yet. There's only one reference there, but it's an important one.
We go to page?
5484. Volume 2.
5484.
5484. It's the second text below the picture. It says from Mr. Valley, it's dated 30th March 2022. And Mr. Valley says rumor ATM, meaning rumor at the moment. They want to pull a region from all parts. Can they give us? All parts is the other successful bidder. And yes, he's hearing that they want to pull a region and he wants to know if they can get it. General Khan responds, let me ask him if it's true. And then 5489. And again, I just must point out, commissioners, that it will be obvious to you that there's a conversation above the one that I'm going to. That's important. Where General Khan says we just have to make it disappear now at the top of that page. That is important, but it concerns the theme of abuse of authority, one of the themes I said we would deal with that arises from the chats. So I'm not going to deal with it now.
Yeah, I was about to say this point is out of context.
It is. So I'm just letting the commissioners know that I'm sure you've seen that it's something that you would have an interest in, and it will be dealt with, and Mr. Shaskelson will deal with it when he deals with the topic of abuse of authority. For this chapter on tenders. What I wish to refer you to at 5489 is the message in the middle of the page where General Khan says, tomorrow, 2:00, we can see him at the hotel. And Mr. Valley says, bro, can we do later or earlier? Meeting one auntie from SAPS to also ask what's going on with systems. They're blaming systems and paperwork. Over the page, General Khan says, what time? If not 2, he responds 11 a.m. Mr. Valley responds 11 a.m. or say 4. And I can't remember whether I said it when I began, but this is now 23 April 2022. General Khan responds 4. Mr. Valley responds JZKL. General Khan says sorted, 4:00. Mr. Valley says JZKL bro. At 5491, General Khan says salams, our guy is on the way. And then Mr. Valley responds, wassalam, I'm at Delhi Brew. General Khan says, okay, thanks. Mr. Valley says, you coming, blood, or must I put forward queries about processing orders myself? They're blaming the process put in place by Treasury. Garages don't know how to use. General Khan responds at 5492, tell him like it is. Mr. Valley responds, okay. And then on the next day, that's now 25 April, Mr. Valley says, we found out some info as to what the delay is on SAPS. Brigadier Jagadesan has been away for 6 weeks and has not signed off on orders. So that's in April 2022, and it's a series of conversations that has to do with the purchase orders and processing of those orders. Then we get to May 2022 on page 5497. In the middle of that page, 1st May 2022, at 6:30 p.m., Mr. Valley sends the following message to General Khan. And again, this is one of those messages that are forwarded, and you can see it's a message that's addressed to Mr. Valley, who's Ish in this context. The message says, hi Ish, we are having a Microsoft Teams meeting on Tuesday, 3rd May 2022 at 9 a.m. with Peace Gumede and Zanele Mkonazi from Treasury and team from SAPS to discuss SAPS garages purchasing buyouts. In brackets, items or categories not listed on the RT45 2021 pricing schedule. We need them to agree to add this to the price list as it is crucial for us. If we don't get this approved, we will be losing money. General Khan responds at 7:13 p.m. saying, please attend, bro, it's important. And Mr. Valley replies, G, which means yes. And then over the page 5498.
Before you go to the next page, I thought you had indicated that where chats are forwarded, you will point them out. My reading of the third one is that it is forwarded because I don't see how Mr. Valley can write to himself. Is that how you...
Yes, Commissioner. So before I read it out, I indicated that this was
sorry,
forwarded.
I may have missed that.
So Mr. Valley responds G, and then on 5498, he says, will Big Bro tell Fan, F-A-N, to make sure it's approved? This is exact that letter and email. We must supply from agents. So they're cross-referencing. This is the same problem that was in the letter that he sent to Ms. Mkhwanazi earlier on. We must supply from agents. General Khan responds, okay, bro. And then if you scroll down to page 5499, at the top of the page, on 4 April. So remember, the meeting is set for 3rd May. When we read that, the one that says hi-ish. So on 4th May, Mr. Valley sends a message to General Khan saying meeting went, I don't know what I can and can't say in this commission. Meeting went badly. Meeting went SAHIT. They want a retender for all the parts they missed. Basically buyouts, which are 70% of the volume. General Khan responds, wassalam, dam, C-U-N. No, this I shouldn't spell. Should I just say C? Chair, I see you stopped me, so I'll stop there.
3, 4. You could say C and 4 letters.
C, 4 letters. Dam, C. Followed by 4 letters.
Oh, is it on the screen? Oh my gosh.
Well, it didn't come out of my mouth.
I'm still thinking about the tongue lashing we got for the song.
Chair, it didn't come out of my mouth, but it's the evidence.
Thank you.
Mr. Valley's response to that is very. We chase tires, blood, we never give up. And then, just to be clear, what you see next is it's not actually about this tender, but it's page 5500. General Khan forwards to Mr. Valley other tenders, another tender, another National Treasury letter, and an announcement of a tender for a contract for the appointment of service providers for provision of reflective marking of SAPS vehicles. And that's for the period, as you can see stated there, April 22 to March 2025.
Where do we see what this is for? On the 550 page.
Sorry, Commissioner Baloy, your question?
Said at 550, we see that information, but it relates to another tender. And my question is, well, on this page, where do we see what tender it refers to?
It's what I've just read out on I think it's 5501.
Yeah.
It's the email.
You say it's part 550 is part of 5501. Is that what you're saying?
I think the two go together. We don't have the top of the page on 5500. But that is sent what you'll see on the letter is, and the reason why you don't see the top of the page, it seems that what was most important for General Khan to forward was who was awarded that particular tender, because just above the signature, it has the names and addresses of the contractors. And then the date, 12 April 2022. And then is the email with the appointment of this service providers for the provision of the reflective equipment. So the two are to be read together. Appointment of service providers on that tender. And then if you scroll down, Mr. Valley didn't read it closely because when he received it, he thought it was another tender for which he could bid. So his response is on it, Brew. Meaning, well, what's obvious. And then he says, thank you, JZKL, Jazakallah. And then General Khan says to him, no. Well, he doesn't say no. He says, this was awarded to the above companies. And then Mr. Valley responds, oh, SHIT. And then General Khan replies, another disaster on the way. And then Mr. Valley says, yes, Brew, they effing it up. And then he follows that with the following, we need one big one, and then we chill. General Khan replies to that, we need one big one, and then we chill, with an emoji which needs to be flighted because, again, the Adobe conversion removed it. What you see is he responds with 100 and a strong arm muscle emoji.
Mr. Sim, at page 5501, that email, the top of the email, I don't know if on the electronic copies you have a better visual, but on the face of it, and tell me if I'm incorrect, it looks like it's an internal email that is being shared, just looking at the addresses.
Commissioner Beloy, I'm in agreement with the way you see it. We don't have a better copy than this. But what we see is what you also see, is that it's internal. It SAPS all email users. It's in fact, it's a group that's created, an email group that would be an internal email group.
Thank you.
At 5535, and we are now in June 2022. So on the 14th of June 2022, General Khan sends a message to Mr. Valley, and the content of the message is as follows. Grootman, I'm getting lots of backlash from the market players on K. We need to regroup ASAP so that they give me info. Mr. Valley replies, okay, Brew, we can meet him. So let me just pause there for a second, because again, this is a forwarded message. And it seems to be that it comes from Mr. Fani, who is getting backlash in relation to this particular tender. And K may be a reference to Kazim Motor Spares. So Mr. Valley says, okay, we can meet him. General Khan says, this evening. And Mr. Valley says, is it competitors? And then he says, to this evening, he says, gee, that's okay. And then he says, must I get Goni here? And General Khan says, yes, competitors. And just pause there and you'll see later that there is a challenge, as I mentioned earlier, there is a challenge to the award of this tender. Yes, competitors, Mr. Valley says, okay, tell me time, Brew. General Khan says, I'm waiting for him to confirm the meeting. Mr. Valley replies, okay, blood, main thing is we're sticking to the prices quoted. but we applied twice for an increase, but no response. General Khan replies, okay. And then over the page 5538, Mr. Valley says, so Leka, we meet F because he can chase that email. General Khan says, please call. That's at still 14 June 2022 at 10:38 in the morning. He says, please call. And then we don't see anything until the next day, 15 June 2022 at 5:26 in the morning, when Mr. Valley greets General Khan and says, see you just now. Then we go to 27 June 2022, 5541. And here what we see is Mr. Valley sends General Khan a copy of an email from Kazan to Ms. Mkhonazi, complaining to them, SAPS and Treasury, about not getting enough orders. So the email starts on 5541, it continues on to 5542. I've described what it's about. Chair, would you like me to read it into the record?
Read what you would want to read and then make the explanation.
So, Chair, the gist of the message is a complaint about the contract not being financially viable because they're not getting sufficient purchase orders. He sends this is an email that's sent from Kazan. It's then forwarded to General Khan. And Mr. Valley says on page 5543, will Brew manage to chat to F? So it's the same complaint that we've seen in previous letters about the buyouts and parts and purchase orders. So he says, will Brew manage to chat to F as to get that meeting about all this and buyouts? And General Khan replies, I will call him tomorrow. And Mr. Valley responds, JZKL, thank you. And then if we scroll down, so the concern here is about the financial viability of this contract. Clearly, they're not happy with what they're getting out of it. On page 5544, well, let me just say this, because 5544 to 5545, what you'll see is a media announcement of the President, Mr. Ramaphosa, approving the Just Energy Transition Framework, which is a move away from fossil fuels to sustainable energy sources. So that's what this media announcement is about. South Africa approves $8.5 billion plan to move away from coal. And then Mr. Valley responds, to that with more objectionable language. That's not the relevant part. If we scroll further down, 5546, what he says is we got to make some huge money. General Khan seems to agree with Mr. Valley's assessment of the president, as you see from his response, which is big C followed by 3 letters. And then Mr. Valley says, inshallah, we land a big one, Brew. You will see. And General Khan responds, inshallah. And then on 5547, the next page, on 13th of July 22, Mr. Valley says, can Brew push to meet F? And it appears there are 2 points he wants to discuss in the meeting with F. And that is 1, price increases, please. 2, buyouts, please. General Khan responds, okay, Brew. Mr. Valley says, thank you. Over the page, 5548. General Khan says he can make it now at 12. Please confirm. This is 13 July 2022 at 9:30 a.m. He can make it now at 12. Please confirm. And then the next message is at 9:46 a.m. and he says, I am rescheduling. So I just want to pause here for a moment and take the commissioners to the chat between General Khan and Mr. Molefe Fani on the same day at this time. And you'll find that at page 4706. That'll be the volume 1 that Okay, so this is a chat between General Khan and Mr. Molefe Fani. And at the bottom of 5706, well, let's just read the whole thing. It starts off, good morning, sir. It's 13 July 2022. It starts at 8:12 in the morning. Good morning, sir. How are you doing? When can you make time to meet with us? That's General Khan. And then you see Mr. Fani responds at 8:35 a.m. Are you available now at 12? I can come through. I must give other feedback. I'm well nonetheless. General Khan says, I am not around. Do you mind meeting with Ismail? Mr. Molefe says, Mr. Fani says, I don't mind. Will you be available later? He says, General Khan says, yes, I can do after 4. Then Mr. Fani says, we can do 7 if that's okay. General Khan says he can't. He's got a family dinner. Mr. Fani responds saying, now it's 9:20 a.m. It's impossible earlier. Let me meet the guys now then at 12. General Khan responds, it's spelled no, K-N-O-W, arrange, but I think what he means is let me now arrange. Mr. Fani responds, cool. And that's at 9:30 a.m. on the 13th of July. And you'll recall from the earlier chat we were looking at, he was trying to engage Mr. Valley to say, can we meet at 12? At 9:46, he says to Mr. Fani, let's reschedule. Ish is not answering now. Sorry about that. And Mr. Fani says, no problem. So when we look at 5547, no, where was it? Yes, 5548. At 9:46, he says to Mr. Valley, I am rescheduling. So basically, he's already rescheduled on the other chat with Mr. Fani. He comes back and he says, I am rescheduling. So again, as we saw with the other tender that I was dealing with on Friday, there's now direct communication between General Khan and Molefe Fani. So we then go to August. 5556. Actually, it's 5554 is where it starts. 5554. And you'll see in the middle of that is an attachment. It's a PDF document. We're just going to flight it, Chair, because it's not in the annexures document. It's not in the annexures bundle. You'll see what it is a notice of motion. It's the review that I referred to earlier to set aside this tender. Chair, maybe I'll just move on and I can come back to it once we find it. This is bringing the whole topic of the tender to a close, though. But what we see is that this is a notice of motion brought by several unsuccessful bidders. And Mr. Valley sends General Khan a screenshot of the notice of motion, which refers to affidavits, but he doesn't attach the affidavits that underpin the notice of motion. General Khan then responds, this is, by the way, 4th of August 2022. He says, do you have the affidavits he's referring to? Mr. Valley says, no, Brew. And then on 5555, he says, I'll get it, Brew, on it. It's this normal bull SHIT behavior, when guys lose. And then General Khan says, what did AHK get awarded? AHK, we've heard of before, they were not a successful tenderer here in this contract, but they were one of the applicants in this review application. So Mr. Valley responds immediately to that to say, no, Marf, it's Keegan's Jamie's partnering with AHK and DAR. Those three are all taking this on. So those are 3 different companies that had separately tendered for this contract. And he said these 3 are all taking this on, and then General Khan responds, big C, followed by 4 letters. Commissioners, that is the closure of this particular sub-topic on the chapter of tenders. We will follow up on the legal challenge, but what's important for us is the engagement here between General Khan and Mr. Valley on this. And what I submit to the Commission, it shows, is that, as with the other tenders, this, again, is feeding into and growing the pattern of engagements between General Khan and certain individuals. And from this particular tender, we see that Mr. Valley from Kazan treats General Khan as a person who can unlock access. Pardon me, you now see the notice of motion flighted in front of you. So we see that he sees General Khan as a person who can facilitate access for him, not just to one tender, but to several, any opportunity that could possibly come their way. We see that General Khan arranged meetings with a contact within procurement and obtained information from that contact. We see that that contact is Mr. Molefe Fani. We see that Mr. Valley requested General Khan to modify the tender specifications to see if he could, through his contacts, assist in the modification of tender specs. We saw that earlier on in the chats. Meaning he sees General Khan as somebody who could maybe assist him on that, whatever may have come of it or not. We see that General Khan receives information during the procurement process, before it's awarded, while it's a live procurement process, receives information and passes it on to Mr. Valley. We see Mr. Valley sharing information as well with General Khan on issues of the purchase orders and the buyouts, and requesting assistance from General Khan. We see that Mr. Valley talks about him and General Khan stashing the money, getting a big slice, making sure it doesn't enter the system. And we see that General Khan is the one who's the first person to inform Mr. Valley when the tender is awarded. And then what we see is, after the award and after the recommendation is made, there's continued engagement between the two on making the contract work. That is all apparent from the evidence, and all of those, as I mentioned on Friday, are part of this pattern on the tenders.
Ms. Hassim, in this notice of motion that is shown on the screen, we see the citation in the end of it. We don't see the relief that is sought. And I would have thought that's the important part you want to show us.
Well, it's not in the chats, Commissioner Benoit, okay. But we're trying to get the full documentation in relation to that.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, Commissioners, if I may briefly interject. It's a very unique proceeding, this, because in as much as we're before the Commission, we're also before a number of people who have an interest in the matter by way of social media. I mentioned to Ms. Hassim on Friday, if I might have an opportunity to clarify for purposes of the audience, the greater audience. My name is Mohammed Valley. I'm not Ismail Valley. And unfortunately, there's an element of our society who believes that I'm Ismail Valley. I'm not. I'm not trying to impute any guilt or anything. It's just by way of clarification. And then there's another segment of society who believes that I may be related to him. I'm not. I'm just an attorney who shares a surname with Mr. Valley. For the record, thank you, Chair, Commissioners. I appreciate that.
No, thank you. All of us here know the true position. But I must say, it did cross my mind that some people might think exactly the way you've explained. But thank you for again placing it on record, Mr. Valley.
Thank you. Indebted as always.
Thank you.
I see now, Mr. Valley, that I should have gone with my instinct to ask you the question earlier.
So, Commissioners, I'm going to leave that topic and turn to a new chapter, and it shouldn't take us too long. It's a small section, and it deals with a person named, the Commission is very familiar with this person, Ms. Imogen Mashazi. And for that, the best place to start is probably page 6670.
Six.
6670, Commissioner Beloy. I mean, we'll need to flight it for you if it's not there. And the reason it's not in your bundle is actually, as I'm about to show you, the images are blurred. We believe that these are screenshots of passports of several individuals who traveled on a private charter to the UK. But when screenshots are deleted from a device, it appears in this manner, just blurred. So we won't be able to get the actual unblurred versions of this, but it's where this conversation begins on this topic. So these are passport pictures, but we can't see the detail of it. At the bottom, and how we know this is from the attachments that follow. And this is the chat that is between Mr. Mosaid and General Khan. And you'll see that there are from 6675 to 6676, there are several attachments, and those are what's called an entry form, and those forms are in your bundle marked annexes to WhatsApp chats, and it begins on page 23. It's immigration clearance to enter the UK, and it's for an individual named one Mr. Maleka, and it lists as a UK residential address, Corinthia Hotel, London, and it's for travel. If you look at the block in the middle of the page on the right-hand side, travel on the 29th of July 2022 to 31 July 2022. So for 2 days, it was a weekend. And if you turn over to page 24, it's the second immigration clearance form, and that's for Ms. Seletswane. Same period of travel and the same hotel in London. Pardon me?
The names are female names, so
Yes.
it's Miss, I think you said Miss there.
No, Ms. Seletswane. And on page 25 is the third immigration form. It's for a Mr. Bonginkosi Mashazi, and same dates of travel, and the address is the same address, Corinthia Hotel, London. And then the fourth on page 26 is the immigration clearance form for Ms. Imogen, for Ms. Maboikanyo Imogen Mashazi. Same dates of travel and the same residential address in the UK, the Corinthia Hotel, London. And then what you see on the page 27 is the certificate for a copy of the authority, the Executive Charter Certificate of Authority from the Civil Aviation Authority. It's a license basically to execute aviation that will be operating that flight. That's on page 27. What is not in the chats, but which we obtained separately, is a payment from Onyx Aviation, not a payment, pardon me, an invoice from Onyx Aviation to a company called Zig Revenue Management. And that, Commissioners, I'm going to have to ask you to look at your answering affidavit file, because we attached it to the answering affidavit at page 320.
Page?
320. It's TN 27. And you'll see it's an invoice by Onyx Aviation that is issued to ZIG Revenue Management in the amount of 3.35 million. But also what's important from this document is what is the description on the invoice, and it refers to a charter fee, and the dates of travel are 28 July 2022 to 31 July 2022. And the routing is there, Lanseria via Accra to Farnborough, and the return Farnborough, Accra, Lanseria. And Farnborough would be Farnborough Airport in the UK. And we point out in the answering affidavit, and this is on oath by our investigator, Mr. Nyatlo, that Zig Revenue Management, which is a business owned by Mr. Z. Ngumalo, also a name that has cropped up in this commission several times, a businessman, paid Mr. Sayed's paid this company, Onyx Aviation. Mr. Sayed is not a director of Onyx Aviation, but he's associated with it. He's associated with people who are directors of Onyx Aviation. And Mr. Ngumalo paid Onyx Aviation to fly Ms. Mashazi, her husband, and her friends to London for a weekend in July 2022. And the charter flight itself was 3.3 million. Commissioners, what I want to say about this, I think there's several points to be made about this body of evidence. The first is that this isn't an ordinary private ship. This is of interest to the Commission for obvious reasons. These individuals have been, well, at least Ms. Mashazi has appeared before the Commission. Mr. Ngumalo's name has come up. And we haven't had this evidence placed before the Commission before. And it's clear that this is no ordinary private trip. While there may be no question that Mr. Ngumalo paid for this trip, there has been some question about whether it was ultimately funded by somebody else, but we don't know that yet. What we do know is that it was in the amount of 3.35 million, and that it was for a private flight for Ms. Mashazi, who was then the city manager in Ekurhuleni at this point in time. It was for her husband and her two friends. And so we say that on its face of it, the conferral of a benefit to the tune of 3.3 million is extravagant, and it raises obvious concerns for us of a conflict of interest and of possible corruption, gratification, and abuse of public office. That's the first point I wish to make in relation to this evidence. The second is that it raises the question of disclosure. And if this trip was declared by Ms. Mashazi, we believe it wasn't, but if this trip was declared by Ms. Mashazi to the city or the council or an ethics or compliance structure within the city, then that record should exist. If it was not declared, then the failure to disclose a trip like this, as I said, it's not an ordinary trip. This is not just, an economy flight with your family to a low-budget hotel in London. Then the failure to disclose itself would be a matter of grave concern, because it would mean that a senior municipal officer accepted or was associated with a private benefit of an extraordinary value without any transparency to the public institution that she served in. So that's the second point in submission I'd like to make of concern that emerges from this evidence. The third is that the Commission would want to consider who benefited from this trip beyond Ms. Mashazi and her husband and her friends, because a payment of 3.3 million for a weekend flight is so far outside of ordinary hospitality or gift that it invites the inference that the person who paid for it expected something in return. And the question would be, if this was a gift or gratification, what influence or protection or access was expected from Ms. Mashazi in return, in her capacity as a city manager of Ekurhuleni. The fourth submission I would make on this is that General Khan is provided with this information, and that his receipt of this itself is significant. And the question would be, what interest did he have in this information? On the face of it, it's not apparent what interest he has in receiving this information. And the fifth and final point I want to make is that the question would be not just what interest General Khan had in it, but what did he do with the information? Did he refer it to the city or to the Hawks or to the NPA? One would have expected, normally one would expect that would be the normal course, that it would be referred to the relevant authority or something would be done with it. It would seem not, because Ms. Mashazi held her position as a city manager until last year. And this trip took place in 2022. So, she remained in a position until she retired last year. So, on the face of it, it seems that nothing was done with it, or else she would not have remained in her position.
And when did General Khan become aware of this? Because you seem to be implying that it was in 2022 when he became aware.
I'll tell you, just want to confirm the date that I was looking at. It was in October 2022, Commissioner.
Is it those chairs that we don't have?
No, it's on page 6676.
Thank you.
All of this information was forwarded to General Khan, including the passport pictures, which are blurred out.
Ms. Hassim, it seems to me that perhaps a further question, you've listed questions, it seems to me that a further question to ask, and whether you get an answer to it is another matter altogether, is considering this is 2 days or 3 nights visit for that amount of money paid for by somebody else, at least on what is before us now. What was the purpose of the trip? And that kind of question, so I would add it in the list of what was the purpose of the trip. And maybe or not, it leads or explains an interest, what was General Khan's interest in this, but not just General Khan. Why was Mr. Syed interested in this trip? Questions that I am not suggesting we'll get answers to, but it seems valid questions to ask.
Absolutely, Commissioner Baloy. I mean, a number of questions arise, including how Mr. Syed obtained this information. We know of his relationship with Onyx Aviation, etc., and so it's not so surprising that he had the information on the immigration forms and the executive license, but the passports, I suppose it would have been all part of that bundle. But we don't know the background to it. And I'm in agreement with you, Commissioner Baloy, that would be another question. So those are my submissions on this Mashazi chapter.
A different question on that. How do you connect the invoice to this trip as per immigration documents? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So you've got the passports and you've got the immigration clearance documents, and then you've got the invoice, and you say that this invoice was payment for this trip. Where do we see that connection?
It's in the description. So the charter. It's not in the executive document, unfortunately, but it will be in one of the other documents, the aircraft ZSFCI. Oh, it is in the operator aircraft. Sorry, Commissioner Beloy, on page 27, it is there. Paragraph 2, operator aircraft, operating aircraft registration ZSFCI. And on the invoice, you see under charter fee, it's for the aircraft ZSFCI. And then you see the dates, and then you see the destination and the route.
I hadn't understood. Thank you for clarifying. So page 27 relates to this particular trip. It's not just a general license for this aircraft, but it relates to this trip in particular.
It does, yes. Commissioner Beloy, you'll see above
yes.
the dates.
I see that. Yes. Thank you.
Chair, I'm going to move to the next chapter, which is on finances. It's 3 minutes to 1. I can begin, or we could break.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Good afternoon, all. It's 13:59. We are ready to resume proceedings. Please make sure that your devices are quiet. Thank you.
Afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. This is the last topic from me for today, and it's the chapter on finances, gifts and lifestyle. And I'd like to begin with...
What do we put away?
You should have, first of all, the file that says financial documents. And then the two files on the chats. There may be some references to the chats that are not in your bundles, but Ms. Poe will display it for the commissioners. No, there won't be.
Will there be attachments?
No.
Oh.
So you want us to have financial documents
And
then those two files that we were working off? Okay.
And then, Commissioner Beloy, there may be pages to which I go that are not in your bundles, but Ms. Poe will display it for you. So I'll begin, Commissioners, with the theme of the finances, gifts and lifestyle as it emerges from the chats. And I'll just point out that I go there only because it's relevant insofar as it bears upon whether General Khan benefited financially from his relationship, some of the relationships we've already seen from tender syndicates or misuse of his SAPS position. That's the only purpose for us to look at this. It's not a gratuitous inquiry into his private life. And even in that regard, I won't go to every aspect of the chats where we see evidence of lifestyle and wealth. It's really to give a sense to the commissioners of what we're looking at. So I'll begin with page 6497. Wrong. Well, that's fine. And you'll see on that page several pictures of a farm. Well, there's a picture of a farm with cows on the farm.
498.
Sorry, 6499.
Yes.
Sorry, 6498. It's over 2 pages.
Okay.
6498 and then 6499. And on 6498, this is the chat with Mr. Mosaid, and just for the record, this is in December 2021, 14 December 2021, that these images are being shared. And Mr. Sayed says to him, "You on the farm, brew?" And he says, "Yes." And then if you look at page 4962, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Commissioners. The order is a bit wrong. It's 5075. 5075. And this is January 2021. It's the chat with Mr. Valley, and he says in the second chat, your farm, and General Khan says G. Immediately before that exchange are a series of pictures of the farm. If you scroll upwards, you'll see the pictures.
Yes, G means yes.
Yes. G. Then we can go to page 4962. And what you see on this page is in the middle of the page, General Khan, again, this is October 2020, 22 October 2020. General Khan says, how's the new M5? I take it the M5 is a BMW motor vehicle. Mr. Valley responds, amazing car, get this car, bro. And the next page, General Khan says, price. And Mr. Valley says, I paid for this 2.3 with carbon ceramics. If you don't push spec, I'll get for you at 2.1. And then General Khan says, a bit heavy for me. I'm building my house at the moment, all extra cash going to the project. And then Mr. Valley says, George. And General Khan says, yes. So again, this is a reference to George in the Western Cape. This is in 2020. October 2020. And if you look, stake on the house, if you look at page 6075, oh dear. Oh dear. But it's going to close. Don't know. 6075. Where is yours? And following pages. It goes all the way to 6084. And what you see there are a series of photographs of the new house in construction. So, Commissioner, these are the house that was being referred to in the chat with Mr. Valley. And
not that, I don't know how much it matters, but we seem to have different pictures from what you are writing. Maybe it seems you're looking at different pages from where you've referred us.
Well, okay, it's fine. The first set of pictures were the house in construction. The second set of pictures start at 6248. 6248. And there you see the house now looking more finished and luxurious. So that's a second set of pictures. You can see it's a coastal property. And this is the George property.
Do we need to show all of them?
No,
I think just one to make a point. Is there any reason why we're showing all of them?
no, Chair, Commissioner, it's just taking you through the pictures to show you what the extent of the property is.
I'm mindful
but-
of privacy issues and other things.
We can move off them. I'm moving on to the next thing. And that's at page 4713. And at the bottom of the page, this is a chat between Ms. General Khan and Mr. Feroz essay. At the bottom of the page, General Khan offers him, he says, do you need cash? 150,000. On 4714, Mr. Essay says, Salam will take it. General Khan says, I will send it with Uzi. You can EFT for me on the 28th. Mr. Essay says, no problem, send details. And General Khan says, can I drop it off with you at home now? I'm leaving for Durban now. And then Mr. Essay says, I'm in Kempton Park, but leave it with someone else. And then 5715, he says, send me details when you get it. And then you see the account information General Khan sends to Mr. Essay, presumably for the EFT. Immediately following that, Mr. Essay says, need name of account. And then there's a phone call. And then Mr. General Khan gives him the name of the account. And that name that you see there is not General Khan, but his minor son. That's the name on the account.
General Khan, but?
His son.
Oh, I see.
Still staying in the same chat with Mr. Essay at page 4725. In fact, it starts at 4724. Mr. Essay sends to him pictures, a series of pictures of Rolex watches or luxury watches. Some of them are Rolexes. And on 4725, he says, choose which one, he says to General Khan. General Khan selects an image from those that were sent to him, the first image. Well, actually, no, it's not. It's one of the images, the Submariner. And he says, this one, please. And then there are calls that I made that are not answered. And that's the end of that chat. So,
Do we know who Feroz Essay is? Does he not sell watches and that's why he's getting 150?
No, it's a subject of another theme, which
Okay, you don't need to get into it then.
And it's, I can say to you, let me rather leave it for when we can develop it properly. But we do know who he is. And he's not in the watch business. The next set of chats that we're going to look at concern cars. So we've seen some of the property, we've seen some of the gifts, we've seen cash of 150,000 that passes hands. If we look at the cars, we can start at page 5094. We'll display it for you, Commissioners. This is on February 12th, 2021, where General Khan says to Mr. Valley, bro, work out a special price on the V8 M3 for me. And Mr. Valley says, okay. And if I could just ask the commissioners to make a mental note of these dates as we go through this. So this was February 2021. And if you look at page 5106, at the top of that page, Mr. Valley says, this is now 25 February 2021. You fetching M3 or must I bring? And General Khan responds, wassalam, I will fetch it. JZK. Thank you. And then Mr. Valley responds, okay, thank you.
This is a different vehicle from the V6 that we just looked at now. Or is it the same?
I think it's the same.
Okay.
The V8.
Thank you.
Page 5272. You see on the 3rd of August 2021, Mr. Valley saying, is Bruce selling white M3? White M3.
That's another page that we don't have, right?
Can you display it, please? Do you see it on your screens, Commissioners? Page 5272, the second one. Is Bruce selling white M3? General Khan asks, who wants it, bro? And then he responds, and then they have a conversation about what's he offering. And then page 5336. If you could look at the screen in front of you, if it's not in the file, it says, and this is now September 1st September 2021, in the conversation with Mr. Valley. It says, got M3 Natus for brew and key. And General Khan responds, wassalam, bro, I will get it later. So he's saying he's got the registration papers and the keys ready for the M3 for General Khan's collection. And then if we look at page 5565, and I think it's best that the commissioners follow on the screen because I think quite a few of these are not in the printed bundle. 5565 at the top of the page. Mr. Valley says, M3 be 100% ready, Juma polished, done, latest, meaning it will be ready by Friday, latest, the M3. And then on the third chat, he says, M5, still some work, especially with oil line, etc. And And General Khan responds, okay, thanks, bro.
Hassim, if we don't alert you that we don't have a page, should we assume that the attorneys are keeping track and they know what we have and what we don't have? Because you've just said we should look at the screen, so you didn't get from us whether we've got the page or not.
I think that we should put together a separate bundle on this.
Okay.
And even if it duplicates some of the pages,
All right.
it's better to you to have a set that just deals with this topic, Commissioner Molefe. So these chats on these vehicles, this BMW is now August 2022, the M3s. Okay, so that's on the cars. There might be one or two more, but I'm going to move off cars now to look at businesses. If we start at 5260, this is in July 2021. We see General Khan saying, I'm not ready now, got to replenish 10 bar stock, 10 bar stock in the 4 shops. Now, a bar usually refers to a million. So he seems to be saying got to replenish 10 bar stock, 10 million rand worth of stock in 4 shops. So, there are at least 4 shops. At page 5993, you'll see an image of a motor spares store. 5993. Did you see the image? Chair, if you could bear with us for 1 minute, because what you're seeing now has got a redacted version. 5993. But let me just see it. So, Commissioners, this is the picture that was redacted on the initial screen. So it's a picture of the shop, and below it, Mr. Sayed asks, which shop you at, bro? And General Khan replies, Fosluris. And the date is in June 2021, 16 June 2021. At 6494, General Khan sends another picture of a shop to Mr. Sayed. And this is in December 2021. Are they page numbers? And beneath it is a message from Mr. Sayed which says, which shop brew? And he says, Boxberg brew. General Khan replies, Boxberg brew, our first shop. And then if we look at page 928, again, I would suggest, Commissioners, you look at the screen.
Sorry, page?
928. And this is 29 May 2021, where General Khan sends a picture of Magic Moto Spares, another one of his shops. And Mr. Sayed responds, my man. And General Khan replies, graphing today. And then if we look at page 1205, and this is 19 June 2021, and it's another image of his store, Magic Motor Spares. And Mr. Sayed says, my man, so proud of you. And then 1398. Well, it starts on 1397. 1397. General Khan sends several images of his motor spares business. And if you scroll down to 1399, you'll see General Khan says, Carlfontein Ivory Park. So this is his Ivory Park store.
Are there some inferences that will be drawn at some point from everything we are seeing now?
Yes, Chair. So this is the evidence that emerges from the chats of the businesses, of the cars, the houses, and it's important that I take the Commission through all of this, including the reference to the dates, before we look at the financial disclosure forms.
Okay.
In fact, Chair, I think that this gives sufficient, well, let me do one more. It's page 1117. And Mr. Sayed sends General Khan a picture of a 911 turbo Porsche. And on 1118, he says, remember your old car, bro. And General Khan says, the identical one, bro. I still remember it clearly. Now, Commissioners, there is a lot of this type of, information that is shared. These are not the only vehicles. There are other vehicles. There are videos of other vehicles. But this gives you a sense of what is being shared on these chats. But to save time, I'm not going to go through every single one of those. These images are shared with several people across General Khan's conversations. So with that information in mind, which concerned, as I said, gifts, cash, property, cars, and the businesses, I'd like to turn to the financial disclosure forms. So we have the financial disclosure forms for General Khan for 5 years. They begin in 2021 to 2022. You may close we will not return to the chats. So it starts at page 1 of the financial documents folder. And the first form is for the financial year 2021 to 2022. You'll see on the first block of information on personal details, the salary level is level 14. That's the salary band, which is approximately 1.3 million per annum. The form goes on to disclose shares, loan accounts. There's not much to be said there. Section 3 is on any other financial interests. And here we see a number of companies that are disclosed by General Khan as financial interests. But there's only one company in which he describes as having financial value, and that's Spares Oasis. It's fourth from the bottom, and it's in the amount of 3 million. So, and you'll see the first is Magic Spares. You would have seen some of the images of those businesses that date from 2021, and it has a nil value on this form. So the only company that's listed here with a value is Spares Oasis. And then if you look at section 6, directorships and partnerships, there's only one that's listed, and it's Spares Oasis. And again, the value, in fact, what is listed here is amount of remuneration, and the remuneration is 3 million. And in section 7, which is where you should disclose other remunerative work outside of employment. Again, General Khan discloses Spares Oasis, and he says the amount of remuneration, his own remuneration, this is 3 million. It's the same amount as disclosed in the other blocks.
And this is for the year 2021 to 2022.
2020 to 2021.
In the shareholding, section 3, is it not supposed to state the percentage? Because the way it's recorded there does not make sense.
There's several issues with it, Commissioner Kamala. The first is, you'll see the way he folds it in, it's interchangeable, shareholding and member. He's in fact a director of all of these companies. But he doesn't disclose that what his particular...
What his interest is.
What his interest is. And he doesn't disclose the amount of the interest. So what percentage of it he has an interest in is not disclosed. And then the third thing is that the only one that has any value listed is Spares Oasis and none of the others.
Your page 1 says financial year 21 to 2022.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, by the way, I might have got wrong. You're right, it's 2021 to 2022. If we look at page page 3, section 9, sponsorships is not applicable, gifts not applicable, immovable property, one immovable property is listed. Page 3. And under vehicles, one vehicle is listed, an Uno Fire with the purchase price of 14,000 Rand. But what we've seen from the chats is that there are more vehicles, and we have reason to believe more immovable property that's just not disclosed on this form.
For purpose of a complete record, even if you don't do it now, should we not have recorded the additional assets that you say there are? So if you say in this period he had more than a unifier, it seems to me that it must go on record that in fact there was also this vehicle and that vehicle, so that we're locating whatever assets in the right period.
Well, again, Commissioner Baloy, if we had General Khan here, we would have gone through this in a different way.
Yes.
I won't be able to list all of the assets at this point in time. We've been able to match some of them with the period in time, but not all of it. So I wouldn't want to make a claim that is an incomplete claim. In the absence of getting any answers from General Khan, we would need to do further investigations to be able to get the full list of property and of vehicles. But as we go through this, Commissioner Below, you'll see in the further disclosures that more vehicles become added. So at this point in time, what I can say at this point, all I can say is that there were more than just this Uno fire. The full extent, I cannot say.
Yeah, I accept you may not be able to say the full extent, but if you're going to make a submission that in this period he had more than this one vehicle, more than this house, even more than this income in this period, then there has to be on the record some list of what are the additional assets that you are able to place in that period. Because as matters stand, if we're going to end at one, because this is what this form says, and that's all we've got, I can see how we get constrained, saying in that period he had 5 vehicles.
Yes. So I must also add, Commissioner Beloy, that this is not going to be the end of our discussion on the finances, because we do need to have, for example, what's in this folder of yours, of the spreadsheets, is something I'm not going to get to. We're going to be returning to the issue of the finances.
So that gives me comfort.
Yes. So this is to get us sort of started, for example, and to place the financial disclosures before the Commission. And that's as far as I'm going to be able to go today on this. But this is not the end of the evidence, obviously. But this at least provides a backdrop for the commissioners to know what it is that goes into disclosure forms.
Thank you.
And the purpose of going through the chats is to show, well, there is more there, and we're going to have to come to it. But it's not in the absence of having some context that I'm going through these forms.
Thank you.
So that's 21 to 22 that we first went through.
Before you go to the next year, I may have missed it if you've said it, that this is financial disclosure to whom, for what purpose?
These are financial disclosure forms that are, it's an HR requirement, it's a regulatory requirement that senior management, members of senior management disclose their financial position. And it's precisely for the purpose of managing conflicts of interest and addressing issues of corruption. That's the whole reason these forms exist. The government doesn't have an interest in your private life, except to the extent that it needs to manage conflicts of interest and corruption. These are the forms that are SAPS forms that are filled in by all senior management.
Okay. It might be helpful, I'm still at page 3, right at the bottom, it seems to tell us, this is in terms of chapter 3 of the Public Service Regulations. So it's statutorily required.
It is a statutory requirement.
Disclosure.
And again, Commissioner Beloy, we're going to have to return to this topic. It's an important topic of financial disclosures, and it needs to be addressed in the context of the regulatory framework. And we intend to call a witness, in fact, to address that more fully.
Thank you.
So that's the first year. The second year is 2022 to 2023. I'm going to move more quickly through it, unless the commissioners have a question. But again, I want to point out several things. On page 5, in section 3, we have the same disclosure. It's 3 million for Spares Oasis as a financial interest, and then 3 million as an income. But it can't be both. Either you're earning 3 million, or the value of the asset of the company is 3 million. Either way, something is not being disclosed. On page 6, again, we have the amount of remuneration as 3 million for Spares Oasis. Under section 11, we have the same description for the immovable property, and we have as a vehicle the Uno Fire in section 12. So this is for the year 22 to 23. On page 8, we have the disclosure form for 23 to 24. On page 9, we now see something different. We see under section 3, any other financial interest, not applicable. Income generating assets, not applicable. Directors and partnerships, not applicable. Remunerative work, not applicable. Nil values, not applicable. That's 23 to 24.
Page 10?
Page 10, none of it is filled in. Well, it's filled in as not applicable. Not applicable. You will see under 13 that you will see on page 10 under section 13 that it was received and acknowledged. So it's not a form that went nowhere. It did go into the system. On page 11, we have the disclosure for 2024 to 2025. What we now see, page 12, for any other financial interests is different again. Because now you have a list of companies, but not all. Now there are only 6 companies that are listed, not the full list that we saw in the initial financial disclosure. And we know from the CIPC records that General Khan remains the director of the other companies. We also see that it's the 3 million again.
Sorry, you say he remains a director, not shareholder, not member. He's a director of the other companies.
Yes, yes. He's listed as a director in the companies. So we see the disclosure again. Now this is the year 24 to 25. Financial interests, Spares Oasis is the only one. At 3 million. Magic Motor Spares, and again I refer the Commission to the pictures of Magic Motor Spares, the shops, which were clearly in business, but the value that's reflected here is nil. It's reflected as nil under the financial interest, which would be the asset value of the company. But under other remunerative work, it's not listed at all, Magic Motor Spares. The only one that's listed is Spares Oasis, and again, it's listed as 3 million. On page 13, for immovable property, it's the same property.
The information stays the same for 3 years.
Pardon me. Sorry?
In the section 11, immovable property, that information does not change for 3 years, those entries there.
It hasn't changed at all
So if
in
you
all
go
this
back
time.
to page 1, sorry, the very first disclosure on page 3, is it on 3? That information remains the same throughout, and that's now over 4 years. So in section 11 on page 3, remember that's the very first disclosure.
Yes.
We are now in 2025, and it hasn't changed.
That's right. And that's 24 to 25. Now, when we look at the vehicles under section 12, we see that there are 30 vehicles that are listed. So recall, Commissioners, in the year prior, immediately prior to this, there were no vehicles listed. And in the year immediately prior to that one, there was only one vehicle listed. In this year, there are 30 vehicles that are listed, including the Uno fire, but many more. We see in section 13 on page 15 that it was submitted to the HOD. And we see there's a column for comments. And in none of these disclosure form are any comments noted. And one would have thought that there would be comments in these forms, especially if there's a form that suddenly doesn't disclose information that was in the form prior to that, or in this case, where it suddenly discloses ownership from 0 vehicles to 30 vehicles. But there's no comment that's noted on the financial disclosure form in section 13. And then the final disclosure form is 25 to 26.
Maybe before you go to the final, this 2024-25, at least until explained by General Khan, if you consider that in the previous year, and I'm speaking specifically to the vehicles, if you consider that in the previous year there was nothing, then it's fair until explained to assume that all these vehicles would have been procured in 24-25 financial year, and in that period, nothing is owing as at the time of the disclosure. So on the face of it, it looks like vehicles for 900,000, 950, 500, 700 would have been procured for cash, because nothing is owing in that period or paid off within the 12 months period. You understand the logic of what I'm saying?
That's correct, Commissioner Roy. So it would have all been acquired, fully acquired for cash.
In that 1 year.
1 year.
Yeah.
And as Commissioner Baloy notes, if you look at the value of vehicles, there are several luxury vehicles.
Yes. Thank you.
And hence my drawing to your attention section 13 of this form, because it seems to have gone unremarked by the person responsible for administering this form, or for the person who supervises above that person.
Aligned to Commissioner Baloy's point, there's no change in the disclosure about income.
There is no change in the disclosure. It remains, in fact, to the number, a round number of 3 million.
I suspect your answer will be that the witness that you're going to call will deal with this, but just let me test this. At page 10, where you've got that comment in the comments box, bulk acknowledgement by PSC official, I think you said, and if you didn't say that, then that's how I read it, that's a PSC official comment, whoever received the form. Am I reading it wrong? Or do you read it differently? I had read it that way, and then when we get to page 15, there's no comment, and then it caused me to ask, in fact, who's supposed to complete this comment section?
Well, it's very unclear. On page 10, it's not clear to me whether it's the official that himself or herself that's annotating this and saying bulk acknowledgement. What is bulk acknowledgement? It seems to me that it might be some other person who says there was a bulk submission of these disclosures and there's a bulk acknowledgement that they've been filed and nothing more. So no scrutiny of the form, merely an acknowledgement that it's being filed. And it's not clear to me that who actually annotated that.
Your witness can speak to this, I suppose, whoever's going to speak about these disclosures.
Indeed, Commissioner Bloy, I think it's an important topic for us as a commission to understand when it comes to the institutional reforms.
Thank you.
I think I was on the last form, which is 25 to 26. It's unchanged in all of the respects regarding financial interests, regarding the remunerative work, the 3 million. But you'll see under section 3, any other financial interests not applicable and a nil value. Under directorships and partnerships, only one, spares oasis. Other remunerative work, 3 million, spares oasis. Under immovable property, it remains the same. Under section 12, vehicles, it's now not 30 vehicles, but 22. And then we see in section, yes.
2020.
2021.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yes, it has kept its value, the purchase price.
And I'm going to buy, I see that it has quite some longevity, 2000.
But now it's listed as the last vehicle in the list. So maybe it's on its way out, Chair. So it's now 22 and not 30. And in the last, let me say this, it's important because now we've got the section 13, other financial liabilities, and it says nil. To Commissioner Beloy's point earlier. And then section 14, it shows that it was submitted on the 28th of April, 2026. And all it says under status is disclosure submitted by employee. So now we see a different note under status. We don't even know who completed that form, who wrote that in. There's no comments in the comments block. The form is just not, yes, there's just no information on that. So those are the financial disclosures as we have it for the last 5 years. There's a lot for us to deal with on finances. For now, Commissioners, what I wish to submit is that the evidence of his lifestyle and financial interests that we pick up through the chats, but also other information which is contained here, but we are still to deal with it. And we have had some engagement with General Khan's legal representatives on the spreadsheet that's in this folder. And we need to check the figures that's in the spreadsheet because there seems that there are discrepancies to be resolved. And that's why we are not going there now before the Commission, because there's no value in putting up information to the Commission that we are not 100% sure of is accurate. So that will be explored at a later date. But what we can say is that the evidence, as we have it thus far, and put it no further than this, is that it suggests that there's not been a full disclosure of his financial interests in these forms. That's the first thing. But even if one were to say that what's contained in these forms is a full disclosure and is accurate, there aren't any other companies, there isn't any other source of income, there isn't any other asset, whatever it may be, it raises serious concerns, because the problem is not that we have a police officer, a senior police officer, with outside interests. It's not that you may never have an outside interest, and that's not at all what I am suggesting to the Commission. The problem, rather, is that General Khan was a senior crime intelligence officer and is a senior crime intelligence officer, so at the time of the disclosures, and he was earning 2.5 times more a year than his public salary. So on his own version, on his own disclosures, he's earning 2.5 times more a year from a private motor spares business than from his public office. And at the same time, what we've seen from the WhatsApp chats that have gone through since Friday is he's simultaneously involved in discussions concerning the automotive parts procurement. He's talking about procurement officials and access and the like. We've been there already. So even on his own version, there's a concern. It's the amount of income relative to what he earns as a public servant, and then it's the nature of the business. The next concern is that it's not merely a financial interest that comes from it's not just a passive income.
At this stage, are we aware of anything more than the 3 million or 3.5 million in terms of income?
We have some records, Chair, but I didn't want to go there because we're still clarifying the accuracy of those records. We know that there are many more companies.
I'm asking because at this stage, before you are able to talk about income that's more than what we see, let's say objectively, are you able to draw any inferences before you sort out the issues around the spreadsheets? For example, it says the 3 million comes from the Oasis Spares shop. Let me just call it that. I'm not sure of the exact name now. Are we able to say anything to gainsay that at this stage?
Well, Chair, yes, we have some evidence. One is in relation to his other business, Magic Motor Spares, which is a running, functioning business. So there's...
It doesn't, if somebody has a business, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are making money. But I do know, of course, there may be issues of when did he start running that business? Can he continue running it, for example, for 7 years if he's not making any money out of it? But I'm not sure that at this stage we have that kind of detail.
Chair, you don't have that detail in front of you right now. What I'm putting before you is a series of things.
Yes.
And including the other businesses. Now, even if he's not earning an income from it, it has an asset value. And that's not recorded in the disclosure forms. And there are other companies. We don't know the full extent yet of that, which is what we want to come to once we spend a bit more time looking at those spreadsheets. Which is why I'm making the proposition at this point in time that we don't think so. We have reason to believe this is not a full disclosure. I'm not saying anything more at this point about it. What I'm rather addressing you on is, let's assume this is a full disclosure. Let's take him on his version. And my submissions to the Commissioner, they are nevertheless serious concerns, even on this version, for the reasons I've been setting out, which is one, the fact that it is 2.5 times more than the public, his salary in public office, that it concerns an industry in which he, we've seen, has had engagements with regard to procurement. In fact, it's also let me leave it there. I don't want to give evidence on other things.
And perhaps I should correct myself for saying what we objectively see in front of us. I should rather have said what we see in front of us, because objectively suggests that we are able for ourselves to see what the position really is in terms of what we see. I should have just said what we see in front of us and not use objectively.
That's true, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Chair, even of the financial disclosure form.
Yes.
So let's assume that what it is correct. And
Yes.
and then my concerns remain. But they're different concerns. So I think the concerns are going to grow. But even at this stage, the concerns remain. We've also seen that this is not, we've seen from the chats that there's a lot of engagement with the businesses. So this is not in the nature of shareholding in a company where you earn a passive income. This is an active business. And again, General Khan may have an explanation, and he may say, we don't know what he may say about it. But it's not that kind of a financial interest where you earn a passive income. And then the final point to be made on these financial disclosures is the one that I began to engage with Commissioner Baloy, and that is an institutional one. What is the purpose of these forms? And is the design of these forms fit for purpose? Who do they go to? Who checks that they are completed properly? What follow-up and consequence management is there? We don't know that yet, but it would seem that this is not a workable or functioning system that lends itself to accountability. And so I think it would be important for us in the time that remains with the Commission at some point to engage with the issue of the financial disclosure forms, but from the view of somebody who has a better knowledge and understanding of how this process is meant to function and what it's meant to achieve, and whether in fact in this context, and remember, we're not talking about financial disclosures here of any government department, we're talking about financial disclosures in the SAPS. And so there will be a particular unique these kind of financial disclosures. So for now, Chair, that's what we wish to say on the finances, with the caveat that we're not done with it yet.
Advocate Hassim, your first point, you highlighted the fact that General Khan is very senior within crime intelligence. And you state that as a fact. What we don't have is the organogram, the hierarchy within crime intelligence, and what his role entails and where it fits in, and why somebody in that role is so important, and why these disclosures are relevant, because that position is a particular position where that person deals with these types of issues.
I think, Commissioner Kumala, that would be something that we want to deal with, along with these other points that I've been making about financial disclosures. We know he's senior for several reasons, his position, but also his salary level is at 14, and also these kind of financial disclosures only apply to senior management service. But the point that you're making is that it's the function that he serves is relevant, and so it must be tailored to. So conflicts of interest, for example, are different when you are a senior crime intelligence officer than when you hold some other position, and those are the things we need to explore through somebody who has better knowledge of how that system should work. So, Chair, that's for now, that's it from me. I will be back, but the next chapter is going to be presented by Mr. Chaskelson. And I think if we were able to take a short adjournment to allow him to set up, that would be appreciated.
Let's adjourn, we'll come back when we are told to.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, it looks like we are ready to resume. Please make sure your devices are off. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hassim.
Thank you, Chair. I have much more than half an hour's worth of open material to traverse, but what, with your permission, I would like to do first is, after I've switched off my phone, is to move the in-camera application so that we know where we stand in relation to the in-camera application, and then to use whatever time remains today to do a piece of the open material. And if we need to pick up the open material again, either tomorrow or at a later stage, well, we will need to pick up the open material tomorrow or at a later stage, we can do so then. Chair, we have made an application for some of the chats of General Khan to be dealt with in camera. It was posted and there has been no opposition to it. But for the benefit of the public, I would like to explain at least the two central principles as to why we need to deal with those chats in camera. And the context, of course, is that before he was shot, General Khan had flagged the confidentiality of some of the information and had brought an in-camera application himself, which was subsequently withdrawn. But it is clear to us simply from inspecting some of the chats that we have seen, that traversing those chats would disclose the identity of informants who are placed within organized crime gangs and are supplying information to General Khan. And if we were to disclose their identities, or even the evidence from which their identities can be inferred, that would put the lives of those informants and possibly other people at risk. So that's one category that we need to address in camera, because it really does pose a risk to life. And then there is another category which relates to ongoing investigations into specific offences committed by organised crime groups. And offences in respect of which there are ongoing investigations, but the suspects have not yet been arrested. And if we were to disclose that information, we might well either prejudice the investigations or possibly signal to the suspects that they are under investigation and that there is evidence against them, and essentially invite them to abscond. So those are the two categories that we have identified that we would like to lead in camera. And in the absence of any opposition to the in-camera application, I would ask that we are granted leave to lead that evidence in camera. We were planning to do so tomorrow, but that can be addressed later after Mr. Valley has certain concerns in relation to tomorrow, which he would, I think, like to put to the Commission. We would want to respond to that. But for now, we would ask for an order that those categories of evidence be permitted to be led in camera.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson. Mr. Valley, before you state the concerns that Mr. Chaskalson has referred to, I assume that there's no opposition to the application itself.
Indeed, Chair, and it's not because there's an intention to not oppose. It is simply because we are unable to extract instructions at this stage from our client. Now, if I may, while I've got the mic, address the concerns. The irony is not lost on me that we brought an in-camera application for the very reasons on which my learned friend Mr. Chaskalson relies. And we've gone through their 5-page notice of motion and founding affidavit, and we now learn from his address to you what the actual concerns are. And it is concerns which we shared, but we had additional grounds as well. So if one now relies on the residual powers vested in me based on my previous instructions from General Khan prior to him becoming injured and unavailable, in principle, we don't have an objection had we had instructions to the matter proceeding in camera. There's a lot more that we would like to say in any event, but now this creates a procedural quagmire. I understand from Mr. Chaskalson that there's an intention to continue tomorrow. However, if I draw your attention to the 10-6 notice, this matter was set down for 4 days. It was last week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and today being Monday. So we didn't make any further days available for the continuation of the evidence. We will try, and in fact, attempts are underway for us to try to identify a date where we might be available, particularly for the in-camera, because it may not necessarily be available publicly, the record, or how matters would proceed. Ideally, we'd want someone here. Now, had we been made aware at the earliest time that there was an in-camera application that was intended to be brought. Or perhaps our in-camera application had succeeded for different reasons, but coming to the same relief. We could have made those arrangements earlier. So tomorrow is probably a no-show, and I don't know what time we have left. I'm happy to sit here until the early hours of tomorrow morning if needs be, to try to traverse as much ground as we can, because we're not here to frustrate the Commission's endeavor or that of my learned friend. It just places us in a procedural quagmire. Now, the way we see it is that there's one of three ways in which we can proceed. Either General Khan's health does not permit him to come at all or to tender a statement, or the more likely is that General Khan may, based on what has already transpired in these proceedings, commit to an affidavit from his hospital bed or from another place of convenience. Or the ideal scenario is that his health permits him to actually attend, and then we can make up for the time that he wasn't here. I can't make any predictions on which of those three is likely, but my colors are pinned to the mast of an affidavit at the minimum, so that at least there's evidence before this Commission which answers many things that we know the answers to, and things that we don't know from which we can get instructions from General Khan. For purposes of achieving that eventuality, it's important that we are given a line in the sand to say, well, this is the evidence, or this is the documentary evidence on which we expect answers, and ideally, these are the pro forma questions that we would like you to focus on. Now we have certainty, and hopefully we can plan something for the near future before the Commission's function comes to an end. So, in as much as I've said what I've said, I don't know the answers, and I would be looking to the Commission for guidance. And at the same time, still record our reservations about the matter proceeding in the absence of General Khan. I know I've raised it before, I know you've made a ruling, but now given these new circumstances, I have to revive the objection. So that's where we are, Chair. The most difficult of circumstances that any legal practitioner can face in these circumstances.
You don't even have a PA, professional assistant, that could be in attendance tomorrow.
What we're trying to do is to make arrangements that somebody can attend to the various matters. In fact, I'll give you an example. I was briefed in a matter for the urgent court in Pretoria. I've contacted my professional assistant in an effort to try to ask that the presiding officer consider rolling the matter over to later in the week when I can attend. But we don't have answers just yet, so we're not entirely sure. If the matter is to proceed tomorrow and we are not here, we ask we ask to be excused, number one. And number two, we'll make arrangements with Mr. Cheskelson for whatever record we might be able to procure. If in the off chance, Lady Luck smiling upon us, we are available, then that sorts out the dilemma. Perhaps Mr. Cheskelson can give us an indication of how long his address is intended, and we can try to make ourselves available. If not, that we attend on time at 9:30 when the Commission starts, perhaps later in the day as well, if there's any other business that they may suitably interpose or deal with while waiting for us. And I certainly don't want to keep the Commission waiting, so I'm trying my level best this afternoon to make those arrangements.
Thank you. Part of the takeaway for me is that you are saying if push comes to a shove, you will be asking to be excused.
Indeed, to the extent that it may be required. We are here, as I previously explained, on those conditions.
Yeah. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Valley.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Cheskelson.
Chair, I think that Mr. Valley and I should stay in touch over the evening and early tomorrow morning. There are really two ways that we can do this. We will have, I still have a couple of hours at least of open session address to go through. That will be addressed in public with a full recording, and if Mr. Valley is unavailable at a particular time tomorrow, we can schedule around that time so that the open address is done at that time. The in-camera session, my sense, is probably 3 hours in total, and we would prefer Mr. Valley to be there in person, or a representative to be there in person, but we will ensure that it is transcribed and recorded. And given that we're dealing with a situation where there is no witness who needs to be protected or advised live in the moment, we submit that, although it's not ideal, if Mr. Valley gets a full transcript and recording, and he has all of the documents to which reference are going to be made, he will still be able to advise General Khan in advance of any affidavit that General Khan is going to prepare, or indeed any appearance that General Khan is going to make if he recovers, as we certainly hope he does, speedily enough to appear before this commission. So we would ask for the in-camera order to be granted. We undertake that we will coordinate with Mr. Valley so that to the extent possible tomorrow, that session will be held at a time convenient, I don't want to say convenient, less inconvenient to Mr. Valley. And we will certainly make available a transcript and a recording of that session to Mr. Valley. And that then, and he will have ample time to consider it before we demand any statement from General Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskelson. Is granted. That's the ruling. But for a fuller expression of what exactly the ruling entails, I'm asking for a draft order. This is similar to, I think, what we did with witness K, if I'm not mistaken. because sitting here I will not be able to delineate everything. And also there's that about a list of persons and so on. So all of that will require a draft order. And for purposes of publication and the interest of everybody, the order, once granted after receipt of the draft order, will be posted in the Commission's website, and will also be circulated to the media. And of course, it will be sent to the attorneys. Thank you very much. We heard you, Mr. Valley, but as much as one would have loved to have you here tomorrow, we take comfort in the fact that you did say that if push comes to shove, you will ask to be excused. My view is for us to continue. You will be furnished with a copy of the transcript if you do not attend, if you are unable to attend, and if you are not able to even send a professional assistant. You will get a copy of the full transcript, and the copy that you get will not be redacted. What will be redacted will be what goes out to the public. And you are free, and indeed, if General Khan is in a position to give instructions, he too is free through you to give instructions as to what should be done with the content of the transcript. Thank you.
As it pleases you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, we have 15 minutes left. I'm in the hands of the commissioners. I could certainly start a subtopic. I'm unlikely to finish any discrete topic.
Let's go on until 4:30.
Thank you, Chair. For the purposes of this presentation, I'm not going to try to direct you in and out of a core bundle, because the core bundle was not drawn up with this presentation in mind. So we will flight the relevant passages, and we will flight them also to your laptops. There are some details where we won't be able to flight them publicly because, I mean, in particular, I have to refer to the officer who wasn't named earlier, and whose name appears on one of the chats to which I want to refer quite soon, and so that won't be displayed publicly. But the first topic which I'd want to raise is the relationship between General Khan and the late Mr. Viandre Pretorius. And Chair, you'll recall that we heard testimony from the late witness D that Mr. Pretorius was part of a gang that was essentially a criminal theft and extortion gang comprising several members of the EMPD. And in particular, witness D testified that Mr. Pretorius was part of the group responsible for torturing Mr. Emmanuel Mbense to death during one of the operations of this gang, and then suggested that they should call General Khan to fix it when they were debating what to do with the body of the man they had just killed. Now, if we go to page 1894, we see that General Khan, in a chat with another person who is, and that we, posts a happy birthday picture of himself next to a man who is in fact Mr. Pretorius. And we've identified Mr. Pretorius independently, but that in fact is confirmed by General Khan himself, because after some questions from his counterparty in this chat, which take a while to decode because they are full of, there's a big typo in the middle of them. The counterparty writes his Che, and what he wants to say is, who's that? He follows that with that, and if you go over the page to 1895, General Khan responds, Viandre. And the counterparty says, okay, cool, his birthday, and General Khan says, mine, bro. So, certainly by January 2021, Mr. Pretorius and General Khan were on birthday card greeting terms. Later that month, if we go to 3428, and here we may not want to display it publicly because this is the chat with the officer who was responsible for counterintelligence against the journalist Marianne Tam, and whose name we have not yet mentioned. If we go to the footer page 3428, I don't know, Commissioners, if you see 3428, if you can get to 3428. Okay. In fact, we can display a redacted copy, which won't be a problem. On 14 January at message time 14:33, the officer says, "Hi, General, with your permission, I'm issuing Viandre with a permit, just letting you know." We won't then display the next message, where the General says, "Hi, so-and-so, no problem." And then over the page, the officer says, "We need team players on our side." The processes involving Mr. Pretorius next appear on the 10th.
Just to say, we should be careful. I'm just looking at the picture that was shown there. We should warn sensitive viewers that something like that is going to appear on screen. Because I thought the focus was more on the text than the picture. Or am I mistaken?
I was also focusing on the text, not the picture, so I missed it.
Oh, sorry, your mic.
I was focusing on the text, not the picture, so I didn't even, but I will pay more attention to pictures.
Thank you.
A different issue, where you're reading for us and you're not projecting, do Mr. Valley's team have copies of what you're referring to? Do they know, even if it's redacted? Because it might be sufficient for us to have you read, but for them to want to see what it is you're referring.
I understand Mr. Valley's team to have all of our the full set of chats to which I'm referring.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. If we identify we don't have one, I'll be sure to interject. Thank you very much.
Then the next reference to Mr. Pretorius is on the 10th of May of 2021. And and it's at page 5837. It's in the chats between Mr. Sayed and General Khan, and it is a video that Mr. Sayed sends to Mr. Khan, which we'll display, because it's a video that he sends of Mr. Pretorius next to an unmarked car with blue lights.
See, this is sent by
Mr. Sayed
to General Khan.
to General Khan. And General Khan's response is he's looking sharp in the next chat. It's okay, the one with the line. A few days later, Mr. Sayed sends two more videos of Mr. Pretorius with blue lights. That's on the 15th of May at page 5873. It's the media files at 10:01:44 message time. And volume, we'll need volume for this. We don't seem to have volume, but I know from my experience of that video, it comes with sound as well, the sound one expects in a vehicle with a blue light. There will be other videos where we need volume. And the second video that is sent and Mr. Sayed follows up those two videos at the top of 5874 with a message to General Khan, "That's how we roll, boys in blue." And General Khan responds, "Too good, bro." Now, the chats suggest that General Khan arranged for Mr. Pretorius to work for Mr. Sayed, where he would conduct raids on the competitors of Carney Links in the illegal tobacco industry. And we infer that from a chat on the 21st of June, 2021 at page 6005. And there at message time 7:18 a.m., Mr. Sayed says to General Khan, "Brew, won't Shaheen get upset that W," and W is a reference to Viandre, "is resigning? Will you please handle it for me when the time comes and tell him that you placed him by me for other reasons?" And General Khan responds, "I discussed it with Viandre. We have a plan."
Do we know, or will it become apparent, who is Shaheen in this scheme, if it matters at all?
We think we know. It will become, certainly before this commission ends, we will have established with certainty. Now, what Mr. Pretorius was doing with Mr. Sayed is illustrated by a series of chats from 6038. And there at the top of the page, General Khan messages Mr. Sayed, Slam's brother, Viandre has a lead on a big cigarette bust on the East Rand. Maybe give him a call. And I just want to pause there so that we can contextualize what we're looking at. We're looking at a crime intelligence general calling an executive in the tobacco industry saying that someone who they both know has a lead on a cigarette bust on the East Rand, and so the tobacco industry executive should give him a call. And it requires some explanation, because one would imagine that if a bust is taking place in an industry, one doesn't notify players in the industry, even if they're competitors, while that bust is taking place. It's something for the police to do, not for the industry to be told about.
Mr. Chaskalson, when you started on this topic, you said that officer, whose name we will not mention, was discussing with General Khan the issuing of a card or a document to Mr. Pretorius. Is that card or document issued in terms of the law, or does it reflect that he's a law enforcement officer? What does it show exactly?
We do not know. We have not seen. That's a question we'd like to ask both of those officers, or both General Khan and that officer. What is that permit? He refers to it as a permit. We don't know what it is. But yes, I mean, it's a document that would purport to permit him to do certain things. Whether it was lawfully issued and what it purports to permit him to do, we do not know. Then there are a series of voice notes that are sent by Mr. Sayed to General Khan, some of which are forwarded voice notes that Mr. Pretorius has sent to Mr. Sayed, and we'll play them through one by one. So starting with the first one.
So I was checking. No, he sent me a message also. He sent me a voice.
So that's Mr. Sayed telling General Khan that Mr. Pretorius has sent him a message too. He's on his way to a place in Benoni for the bust, and Mr. Sayed has told Mr. Pretorius that he will dispatch the boys. So there are some boys who Mr. Sayed controls who apparently are going to be part of this bust as well. Whether they are police or private agents of Mr. Sayed or Carney Links, we do not know.
Truck just arrived now. Fuck, the truck arrived. They're busy offloading the cigarettes now in Benoni. I'm rushing there. I'm going to quickly pick up the informant to show me the place.
That's a message that Mr. Pretorius has sent to Mr. Sayed, and he has now forwarded it to General Khan.
Hey, listen, must I send the boys there to Benoni as well? I can send them as well to Benoni.
And that we understand to be Mr. Sayed. We may be wrong saying that he can send the boys to Benoni.
Okay, let me just pick up the informant quickly and ID the place. I've just spoke to Colonel Singh now as well. He's with the general. We're quickly going to arrange people so we can eat there, because, you know, if it's in a warehouse, there's going to be a lot of cops involved there. So I want the big brass to be there so they can assist us and take over the scene.
So That again is Mr. Pretorius saying he has spoken to a Colonel Singh who is with General Khan, and he wants General Khan to be there because he wants Big Brass there to be able to take over the scene. Then there is a message just okay from Mr. Sayed to General Khan, and then a series of further messages that he forwards from Mr. Pretorius to General Khan.
Let's hit them hard. Let's hit them hard. I'm rushing to pick up the informer quickly so he can show me the place. We're going to moor them hard today.
That message speaks for itself. It's Mr. Pretorius. Thanks, man.
But you must come there. And you must try for the general also to come out.
So he wants both Mr. Sayed and General Khan to come?
But you must come there. And you must try for the general also to come out. I arrange with the general, then you come here, man. I arrange with the general, then you come here, man.
Arrange with the general so that you can come there. There's then a call from Mr. Sayed to General Khan. Those earlier messages are at 11:23. At 11:24, there's a call that isn't answered. And then from 11:50, there are a series of photographs of people lying on the ground, presumably having been arrested or apprehended, and of a truck which we see at 6043 that has boxes in it, and at the foot of 6048 we see some cigarette packets which we can infer were found in the boxes.
You stopped the flight.
I'm not sure, I mean, do we need a disclaimer here? I mean, these are people lying on the ground. They don't appear to have been shot.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
And if we can just scroll through those pictures.
Mr. Chaskasin, you said there are boxes of cigarettes. Where do we see that?
I saw some boxes of cigarettes on the ground at a certain, not many. I'm inferring that the boxes, well, if one goes, for instance, to the top of 6055, one sees an open box with sort of blue-colored stuff, blue-colored boxes inside it. And then if we go higher, one sees at the foot of 6048. And if we can zoom in on that, think that those would be examples of the contraband cigarettes that were allegedly found at the scene. If you look at that together with the open box at 6055, but the suggestion certainly is that these boxes are all, and at 6061 as well, are boxes of cigarettes. There are later voice notes which I haven't actually prepared as media files.
Sorry, for the record, maybe I should say they do not look branded, the boxes.
I think that they may be branded. If we zoom in on the boxes on the ground, I think we might see some branding.
It's just brown.
Mr. Skelton, I think Chair is referring to the big boxes.
The big boxes, the cardboard boxes.
The cardboard boxes.
They certainly are not branded.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, no, what was on the floor, I think are obviously cigarette packs, at least.
I seem to remember media files where Mr. Pretorius actually says there are cigarettes underneath packets of sweets and bananas.
You can always come back to it if it's important to it.
So on 6048, those are packs of cigarettes.
Yes, inside the cardboard boxes would be the cigarettes, and they would be covered on the truck. So if, for instance, we look at the back of the truck on page 6046, we see a whole lot of plastic bags of sweets, and behind them the cigarettes.
At least the one cardboard box that is opened, you can see that what is inside those cardboard boxes looks like the cigarette packs that are on the floor on page 6048.
Indeed. What I didn't do is download, it's a video file where he's describing what's taking place, and but we can arrange for that briefly to be shown tomorrow. But what I do want to draw attention to is the response of General Khan at 6069. Where he says to Mr. Sayed, "Great work, brother." And again, this is something that I think we need to step back at and consider. What we have is a crime intelligence officer whose job it is to police the illicit tobacco market, who is complementing a player in the tobacco market for essentially doing the work of crime intelligence in relation to a competitor of his. And it looks very much like what is going on here is that the crime intelligence resources are being used to enable Connie links to take out a competitor or to raid a competitor in the name of the law. That inference that we draw is reinforced by a number of exchanges between Mr. Sayed and Carnelinks, where if we go to page 5966,
Sorry, perhaps we should have read the text below the one that says great work or something. That's where Mr. Syed is saying all thanks to you, basically.
Indeed. No, my brew, Jazakallah to you.
Yes,
Thanks to you.
yes, yes.
And then we have a series of exchanges between Mr. Syed and Mr. Khan, where Mr. Syed is General Khan, where Mr. Syed is essentially asking General Khan to target a competitor of his called Pro-Tabac. It starts at 5966. At the foot of 5966 on the 11th of June 2021, where Mr. Syed says Pro-Tabac, factories in Old Union Cotton Mills Factory, East London, they'll know, can't get it wrong. Over the page, please brew, they're manufacturing cigarettes, Pacific, Pegasus. I need to F them out of sight. And General Khan says, okay, bro. At 6185, a month and a bit later, Mr. Syed sends to General Khan a SAPS tweet recording a successful raid at the Pro-Tabac factory. And he says underneath that on 6186, this is the same effer in East London, Pro-Tabac, that's busy with S ... there. Govinder's guys must seize it. And at 6190, Mr. Syed sends to General Khan a tweet issued by SAPS, which describes a raid on Pro-Tabac. Not only does he forward the tweet, but he also forwards what looks like an extract of a SAPS register of what has been seized. Because if we see the next chat, also on 23rd of July, 12613, and we zoom in there, what it shows is particulars of the goods detained. And it says 152 times 200 kilogram boxes of raw tobacco, 1127 times 200 kilograms of cut rag. And he says underneath, Pro-Tobacco, all seized. Seems these people are doing funnies via a bond store. This is all Mr. Syed, and he says next week they're going to pounce on the bond store. So he's been given advance notice that SAPS is going to raid Pro-Tabac's bond store, where they are doing something in relation to excise tax. And he then complains that there is a discrepancy between what is reflected as having been seized and the output of that, because he says after next week they're going to pounce on the bond store. He says the cut rag is imported from Zim as raw lamina at 200 kilograms, but this is contradictory because cut rag, one can fill 100 to 110 kilograms per box. I'll keep you in the loop. And then underneath, Pro-Tabac is looking at under entries and penalties of 120 bar. He's saying they're going to be fined 120 million rands for tax evasion or excise tax evasion. Pro-Tabac is not the only competitor who is being targeted in these chats between Mr. Sayed and General Khan. There is another competitor, Gold Leaf Tobacco, whose primary brand is Remington Gold. And we see several chats where Mr. Sayed and General Khan exchange information about raids on Gold Leaf and the seizure of Remington. So if we go to page 451, there on the 20th of April 2021, General Khan forwards to Mr. Sayed a SAPS report on a Customs and Excise Act, Tobacco Control Products Act operation, which is against Remington Gold. And we see Remington Gold mentioned at page 452, where the operations, the SAPS Parés conducted operations on 1 JJ wholesalers, 2 Delight wholesalers, and the goods seized in Parés SAP 13, in the SAP 13 register, 110 times carton Remington Gold. 50 times cartons, that says Pegasus, I think it's Pegasus, and if you recall from Protobac, one of the Protobac brands was Pegasus. Mr. Sayed's response is brilliant, Brew. General Khan says, did Green tell you? And so General Khan expects that someone called Green would already have briefed Mr. Sayed on this raid on one of his competitors, or involving his competitors' brands. And Mr. Sayed said, he did mention to me, but not in this detail. We see another operation targeting Remington on the 11th of June 2021, that's at 5969. And there Mr. Sayed says, Slam, do you have anyone at Komatipoort, the border between South Africa and Mozambique, that can check if they intercepted the truck for us, if they intercepted the truck for us? So the executive from Carney Links wants to know from SAPS if they have intercepted a truck for us. Let me ask, the one I sent to Hogg was intercepted in Bela Bela, waiting for feedback. Coffee Fontaine, it's positive, they're busy now. The other truck was caught other side of the border over the page. Bela Bela truck cannot get through to people on scene. We flagged about 15 trucks of GL, that's Gold Leaf, the Remington company. And now it's paying off. What was on? There's a Y, and then the answer comes Remington Gold. How many cases? Truckload. Now, while this is taking place, we see a parallel set of chats where, although Mr. Sayed is very enthusiastic about raids on competitors, he is particularly unenthusiastic about general attempts to crack down on the illicit tobacco industry, and in particular about the activities of Mr. Yusuf Abramji, who was at the time running a campaign against illegal tobacco.
But before you go to those, these which we just looked at, this is Mr. Syed and who?
Mr. Syed is communicating with
Your mic is off.
General Khan. The chats are between Mr. Sayed and General Khan, where there may well be chats that are forwarded from chats that somebody else has sent to Mr. Sayed and that he's forwarding to General Khan, but the third party we can't identify because we don't have Mr. Sayed's chats, we only have General Khan's chats.
Okay, so what we looked at, what you showed us now in that screen, it's a series, all of them from Mr. Syed. Where do we see that they are going to General Khan?
Because these chats are taken from General Khan's phone.
They were received from his phone.
So there are chats.
Okay.
So anything in white on these chats is chats that the sender sends to General Khan. Anything in green is what General Khan sends to the sender.
You've answered me. Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
If we go to 6107, there we see that on the 7th of July, 2021, Mr. Sayed forwards to General Khan a post from Mr. Abramji, which is taking issue with the scale of tax evasion and tax criminality in the illicit tobacco industry. And it quotes... The Post quotes Mr. Abramji, just when South Africa needs every cent available to combat the pandemic and the country is crying out for the enforcement of our laws, criminals are being allowed to loot the nation of billions of rands by making and selling tax-evading cigarettes, warns Yusuf Abramji, founder of the Tax Justice South Africa. We need an immediate inquiry into the industry to investigate how this is being allowed to happen. The new report by market researchers Ipsos, which is published today, reveals 2 in 3 shops in the hotspot provinces of Free State, Gauteng and Western Cape sell illegal cigarettes. Illegal cigarettes are on sale in nearly half, 41% of all shops nationwide. And then there are a whole lot of statistics. And down at 6108, we see a complaint about gold leaf tobacco, which Mr. Sayed wouldn't presumably object to. It says brands belonging to Gold Leaf Tobacco Corporation are winning the illegal price war, with a number of its South African brands purchased below the MCT. That's the minimum collectible tax. I don't know if we've discussed it, but that is the total amount of tax that would be paid on a packet of cigarettes. And what these studies are showing is that cigarettes are retailing at a price which is below the tax that ought to be paid on them. So there has to be tax evasion, because it's not even a cost price. It's below a tax, the amount, the retail price is below the amount of tax that ought to be paid by the retailer, never mind the retailer's purchase price itself. This post says that brands belonging to Gold Leaf are winning the illegal price war, with a number of its South African brands purchased below the MCT rising by 25%. The number of brands belonging to Carney Links bought below MCT has rocketed by a third. And so he's not only pointing a finger at Gold Leaf, he's pointing a finger at Carney Links, saying that the number of your brands that are purchased below the minimum collectible tax, which means they must be involve tax evasion, has rocketed by a third. And then there is a lengthy description of the problems that this causes to the country, and at the bottom of the post one sees hashtag lock them up, and for media queries contact Yusuf Abramji, Yusuf at taxjusticesa.coza, and a phone number is given. The response of Mr. Sayed to this is to forward to General Khan, who ought to be investigating illegal tobacco, Abramji going to get effed up, bro? General Khan responds back, yes, F him up, bro. He must stay in his lane. So what we have here, and sorry, Mr. Sayed says 100%. What we have here is a general in-crime intelligence whose job it is to investigate the illegal tobacco industry, agreeing with the executive of a company whose brands on a large scale are being sold below the minimum collectible tax rate. in other words, at a price which must involve tax evasion, that the person raising objections to this state of affairs needs to get effed up and must stay in his lane. That's, and if we can just pause here, what makes this so pernicious is that these laws, it's not that these laws are not being administered. It's that they are being administered selectively. So what one sees is, in the earlier chats, a series of exchanges between Mr. Sayed, who's the Carney Links executive, and General Khan, enthusiastically applauding raids of illegal tobacco products that belong to competitors, either Pro-Tobacco or Gold Leaf. But when the finger is pointed at Carney Links, there's, abusive comments about the person pointing the finger and saying, stay in your lane. There is then a second episode of this nature, which we see at the foot of page 6458. And this is now in October 2021, the first set of posts that we saw was in July. It's now 3 months later. And in October 2021, Mr. Abramji is posting about the same issue. And now the numbers have changed. 3 months down the line, 3 months down the line, brands belonging to Carney Links, the chief member of the FITA, I think that's the Free Trade Association of Tobacco, were the most frequently, brackets 62%, found below MCT, minimum collectible tax. Purchases of brands owned or licensed by Afroberg, whose name has been removed from the FITA website in recent weeks, were the second most prevalent, 59% below MCT. The usual suspects are implemented, just as TJSA has found, Tax Justice South Africa has found in its own investigation, said Mr. Abramji. TJSA has been conducting research independently into the illicit trade over recent months and will be releasing our report soon. We hope it serves as a wake-up call to the authorities. South Africa cannot afford this industrial-scale looting to continue a single day longer. And then another post, Tax Justice SA has uncovered breathtaking new details about the crime wave that's sweeping South Africa and robbing honest, hard-working citizens of billions of rand. We'll be releasing our explosive report soon. Hashtag lock them up at SARS Tax, at SAPS, at Abramji, at Ed Kisvetter. Coming soon, explosive new report on the biggest crime wave sweeping South Africa. The response of Mr. Sayed is, this P is asking for it, bro. And General Khan says, we can sort it out easily. Now, that is I've come to the end of that topic about the apparent alliance between General Khan and Carney Links through Mr. Sayed, both in terms of raiding competitors of Carney Links and in terms of resisting, or at least expressing an intention to resist, the campaign of Tax Justice SA to crack down on tax evasion in the illicit tobacco industry. I'm going to move on to a completely different topic now. It is...
do we do that tomorrow?
I was going to suggest we do it tomorrow. My guess is I probably have an hour to go.
Let's start it tomorrow morning then.
Thank you, Chair. And then we will start, subject to what Mr. Valley and I discussed tonight, we will probably start the open session tomorrow, unless it makes sense to do it the other way around, given Mr. Valley's arrangements for tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. I got word that what I said, or rather, the ruling, something technical happened or cropped up, and as a result, I don't know what part of the ruling was not heard. I got a message from our spokesperson, so I don't even know what to repeat. What I said was the application is granted. Details will be contained in a fully stated or expressed ruling, which will be posted on the Commission's website and which will also be published or saved on the media. I think that's the important part that I said, and of course the ruling will be saved on the attorneys as well. I hope that captures whatever it is that was not captured for reasons not known to me, because my mic was on. Let us adjourn and resume at 9:13.